St. Jude is helping us put away our fears. We have an amazing team that fights for the best outcome for Braxton. He has the best chance here. I don't have to worry that how much is that bag of fluid going to cost me? Can I afford it to save my child's life? The donations, they're paying for me to live every day with my son, be stress-free, and enjoy every day with him. I wish there was a word bigger than thank you, more close to the heart, because thank you's not enough. They've given me hope. They've given me my son.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Sweetie, want some fruit?
You have to use the right tool for the job. A power drill is the wrong tool to slice fruit. Just like an antibiotic is the wrong tool to treat viruses, including colds and flu. Antibiotics are only needed for certain bacterial infections. When they aren't needed, antibiotics won't help you, and the side effects could still hurt you. Ask your healthcare professional when an antibiotic is the right tool and when it's not. Visit cdc.gov/antibiotic-use.
The 2-2 ball game. Nyjah Kennedy, absolutely sensational in the circle. She rips her mask off in celebration as she shuts down and shuts out Ole Miss. 10 strikeouts, and the first time that Tech has ever been to the Women's College World Series, Kennedy spins a gem to give them their first ever win in the Women's College World Series here in Oklahoma City. What a performance. What a performance. 1-0 the final score. It's time for Leah Amico to select the player of the game, sponsored by Wendy's. The Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is the best deal in fast food for a lot of reasons, some of which include a JBC, 4-piece nugs, junior fries, and a small soft drink. For the best deal of all time, got to be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary. All right, Leah, who's the player of the game?
I don't think it's a surprise that it comes in the circle. Nyjah Kennedy, 10 strikeouts, and ultimately the shutout, which allows her team to advance with this first win, making history for Texas Tech. They are showing that they believe they can go all the way.
Absolutely. There it is, Nyjah Kennedy, the player of the game, a complete game two-hitter, 10 strikeouts. Did go over 100 pitches, which is something she hadn't done in the month of May yet. But give credit to Ole Miss, who adjusted their game plan. Aaliyah Binford, 6 innings, 4 hits, only allowed 1 run, and the heartbreak here is it's an unearned run.
Yeah, I agree. Aaliyah Binford, to me, that senior just coming out and doing such a great job from the circle for her team. Off-speed pitch was located so well. They really kept these hitters off balance, and you hate to see that defense making that one mistake that ends up being the difference maker. But I tell you, in Oklahoma City, that's what it's about. You cannot make any mistakes. I talked about it in our open, and it ended up being the difference maker.
A couple of other numbers that really stood out from Ole Miss with runners in scoring position. You think about in your mind, you want to be 6 for 8 or something, just 0 for 2. They only had 2 opportunities.
Yeah.
They didn't have a 2-out hit. They were 0 for 7 in 2-out opportunities. And they did not get their leadoff batter on all game long. Now, in fairness, neither did Texas Tech, but not to have those opportunities to start out an inning with a leadoff hitter aboard, it hurts.
Yeah, and I think this first day we're seeing a lot more of these pitchers' duels. I mean, these pitchers are coming out fresh, and they want it, and they're mixing it up. You start to get to this point of the season, and you're starting to see everybody's best. And so the hitters are going to have to make quicker adjustments. I think that's what it's going to come down to, is really being able to find ways, especially second time, third time through the lineup. Not a lot happened tonight, but Texas Tech's got the 1 run that they needed.
We have a start time for the Oregon-UCLA game, which is coming up next. 10:40 Eastern is when we're going to rejoin you for the 10:45 Eastern time first pitch, 9:45 here local in Oklahoma City. Texas Tech wins it by a final score of 1-0. They move on in the winner's bracket. We'll wrap things up when we return. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
The NCAA Men's Final Four. Every whoop, high five, shout, and holler gets your team one step closer to the promised land. Any questions?
Professor, are we ready?
You prepare to open a can of fandom and cheer like you've never done it before? Oh, you're ready. We're cutting down some nets now. The NCAA Men's Final Four, April 4th and 6th, 2026 in Indianapolis. Apply for seats today at ncaa.com/men's final four.
With Marriott Bonvoy, take your game day rituals on the road. No matter how you show your team spirit, find a stay for your style when you explore our entire world of hotel brands and experiences. Marriott Bonvoy has a brand for every kind of fan. Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen.
And this is Sarah Beth.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese,
I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The final score, Texas Tech 1, Ole Miss 0. Tonight's broadcast of the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network has been presented by Marriott. Take your game day rituals on the road with Marriott Bonvoy. Over 30 hotel brands for every kind of fan. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA. We'd like to thank our crew for this evening. Studio coordinator Curtis Poindexter. Production assistance provided by Drake Stenberg. Our engineer is Tim Parker. Our producers, Larry Costigan and Andy Garcia. Coordinating producer, Aaron Cummins and Brian Finkelstein. Vice President and Executive Producer, Mike Hebe. The Senior Vice President of Sports for Cumulus Media and Westwood One is Bruce Gilbert. Stay with us for more exciting action from Oklahoma City. Our next broadcast will be Oregon against UCLA right here at 10:40 p.m. Eastern Time on many of these same Westwood One stations. You can also hear the game on Alexa-enabled devices via the NCAA Women's College World Series app and for free on the Varsity Network app or online at westwoodsports.com. Once again, the final score, Texas Tech defeats Ole Miss 1-0 now. For Leah Amico, I'm Chris Plank. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to exclusive coverage of the 2025 Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports.
If it's the Women's College World Series, it's on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
The 1-2 coming to Stewart. Swinging a ground ball into third. Brito backhands, throws to first. In time! It's over! The four-peat is complete! Oklahoma beats Texas 8-4. They sweep the series. And the Oklahoma Sooners are the first team ever to win 4 straight softball national championships.
Now, let's head to Oklahoma City and join Chris Plank and Leah Amico.
We welcome you to Devon Park as the 16th-seeded Oregon Ducks face the 9th-seeded UCLA Bruins in a Big Ten Classic Pac-12 matchup. Tonight's broadcast of the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network is presented by Marriott. Take your game day rituals on the road with Marriott Bonvoy. Over 30 hotel brands for every kind of fan. Explore more at MarriottBonvoy.com/NCAA. Well, hi again, everybody. Along with the Hall of Famer, Leah Amico, I'm Chris Plank. We welcome you to our exclusive coverage of the 2025 Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. And Leah, what a day we've already had, and what a nightcap we have in store. Speed versus power. Let's start with speed, and the Oregon Ducks, 53 wins this season. Missy Lombardi's first trip here as their head coach. Fast, fast, fast.
Yeah, I think that's the story. They can beat you a lot of different ways. They do have 85 home runs as a team, so they do have pop throughout their lineup. But to me, it's 3 of the top 4 hitters. Kylie Lushar, between her sister, Kedri Lushar in the 2 spot, and then 4-hitter Paige Sinicki. Between the 3 of them, they have 108 stolen bases. I tell you what, you want to beat this team, you better keep those athletes off the bases because they like to run.
172 for 190 in their stolen base opportunities this season for the Oregon Ducks. Meanwhile, UCLA, all the talk has been of Megan Grant and Jordan Woolery hitting back-to-back. They've done it in all but 6 of the last 118 games, and this team loves the long ball. They are knocking on the door of 100-team home runs this year.
Yeah, I think it's really the 3-4 hitters in Woolery and then Grant that comes up in the 4 spot behind her. 2 of the best hitters in the country. I think that's the part of the lineup that really is deadly for UCLA. They're going to need to continue to get production throughout, but those are the 2 hitters to watch in this game.
And let's not forget the drama. Oregon lost its first game of the regionals, rallied back to win their regional in Eugene, and then the upset of Texas A&M landed Liberty there. And, of course, UCLA was down to their last out and walked off South Carolina in the Super Regionals.
Yeah, 2 totally different paths to get there. Oregon being able to host that Super Regional against Liberty and found ways to really get their bats going. And then UCLA, like you said, they were able to pull it out in the last moment and came back strong against South Carolina. Tonight's
starting lineups look like this. We'll start with the home team, or the visitors, pardon me, the Oregon Ducks, and the starting lineups are sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of your life. Yes, you hit it on the head. Kai Lushar leading off in left field, Kedri Lushar batting second in center field. A combined between the 2 of them, 88 stolen bases. They are incredible, both hitting over 400. The freshman Riley McCoy will bat third and be the DP for Oregon. Paige Sinicki, the shortstop, will bat cleanup. She's driven in 50 runs this year. Des Patman will bat in the 5th spot and play right field, with Emma Cox behind the plate in the 6th spot. Steph Maake will bat in the 7th spot and play first base, with Kaylin Jones batting 8th at second. In the 9th spot is Katie Flannery, and in the circle is Lindsey Grind, and is she something? 29-2 on the season with a 2.08 ERA. For UCLA, names that you know, names that you've heard here in the Women's College World Series. The senior Jessica Clements will lead things off in that leadoff spot. She has driven in 42 runs this season. Savannah Polo, what a bounce back year, batting .440. She'll bat second and play second base, with a dynamic duo, Jordan Woolery at third, batting third, and Megan Grant, the all-star first baseman, hitting cleanup. 48 combined home runs between those 2 batters. 86 runs batted in for Woolery, 79 for Grant on the season. Riley Slim will bat 5th and play left field. Alexis Ramirez in the 6th spot behind the plate. Kanaya Bragg will bat 5th at short, with Sophia Mahika will bat in the 8th spot, to be the DP. And yes, pitchers who hit Caitlin Terry will bat 9th and be in the circle for UCLA as she goes through her pregame warm-ups. Kelly Inouye Perez talked about the two teams and what the regular season series means to tonight, if anything.
We didn't play our best ball. We had a day. We had a day where we definitely showed up on day 2 and had a great game. Day 1 was a good battle, but day 3 we didn't finish out. That's what I learned at the end of the day. So I think my team and my players feel the same. At the end of the day, you go to every series with the goal of winning the series, and we walk away knowing we just didn't play our best game. And I think that really set the tone for us getting ready to be able to come through in games like we did in regionals and super regionals because of those lessons learned earlier in the season.
Back on April 18th, Leah, 3-1 win for Oregon on Friday night. UCLA run-ruled them in the Saturday game. And then Oregon run-ruled UCLA in the Sunday game 9-0. Make it make sense.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I feel like that's the type of situation we've been seeing with these 3-game series across the country. You saw it in the SEC, you're talking about this in the Big Ten, and really just you never know on any given day. So I think it's about not only getting a hot start, but staying strong and finishing strong. And, this comes down to one game. So at the end of the day, you erase what you did, you take the lessons learned, and you try to come out really ready for this moment.
It is so odd when you would have 2 run rules in any series during Big Ten or SEC or ACC play against 2 teams ranked in the top 25. It's even more unique when it's each team doing it to the other one.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is exactly what happened here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's a lot of respect between these 2 programs. There's a lot of history being from the Pac-12, like you mentioned, and now they're in the Big Ten. But to me, just the fact that Oregon was able to come out and be the regular season Big Ten champs, that just shows the type of year they're having.
It's time for the first pitch tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. First pitch on a Thursday night, late into the night. Kai Luchar shows bunt, pulls it back, and takes strike 1 from Caitlin Terry, and we are underway. About 47 minutes from the original projected start time. The 0-1 pitch is slapped foul by Kai Luchar, the senior, a .421 average. We asked Missy Lombardi in our exclusive conversation with the Oregon head coach what having Kai Luchar in that leadoff spot means if she gets on base. Missy said it means it's a double. The 0-2 pitch misses up and away, and if she's on second, it could be a triple.
That's right. She just said if she gets it to the field, you just start out with a double because, right, if she gets a single, ultimately she's still in second. It's not even a secret.
Terry, the talented lefty, brings home the 1-2 that's fouled off, out of play. Is Luchar a little late on these, or is she just...
Well, it's a rise ball, and I think you want to let the ball carry as a lefty slapper, but I think that ball is getting to her on a hurry, and she's taking that pitch that's outside and then just popping that out foul.
Infield is in tight as that 1-2 pitch just misses a little bit low. Home plate umpire tonight, Jim Pertuzzi. Chris Neighbors at first, Chad Steers, the veteran official, at second, and Susan Eads is over at third. The 2-2 pitch from the lefty-lefty matchup is popped foul, and that's out of play. I'll say this, the crowd has stayed pretty strong here throughout the day, even after an hour and 8-minute rain delay, weather delay, if you will, between the first and second sessions that pushed us back for the Tech Ole Miss game. Swing and a miss. That is something you don't see very often from Kai Luchar. Just her 15th strikeout of the season. Here's Kedri Luchar.
Well, I think when you have a lefty pitcher like Caitlin Terry, you love getting ahead because you can go to that outside curveball that goes away from the lefty slappers that have that speed.
First pitch, grounded foul down the first baseline. Kedri on the season hitting .444. What a luxury in the top 2 spots for Missy Lombardi. Coach Lombardi does not coach on the base paths. She did when she was an assistant at Oklahoma. The 0-1 is just fouled off. We talked a lot in Game 1 about Jamie Traxel empowering her assistants at Ole Miss Sam Marder, the associate head coach who spent time at Texas Tech then at Oklahoma, basically calls the game from over in that third base coach's box. No ball, 2-strike count from the lefty Terry. Boy, that just missed. You heard Jim Bertuzzi say outside, just missed it.
Well, they came hard and in for the first 2 pitches to the lefty, and then that pitch, try to see if she'll chase that curveball that goes away.
This lefty-lefty matchup, the 1-2. Off speed, bounce back to the circle. Terry glove, spins, throws, got it, 2 away. I felt like in our conversations with the UCLA contingent, Leah, this was a little bit of a different Caitlin Terry than we saw last year.
Well, I just know that she's a fighter. She's an athlete that is so fiery. You could tell her team really follows. And she's a team or an athlete that has been playing defense. She's been playing outfield for them when she's not in the circle. She's hitting for them and doing so well. And, even the game that they were able to come back against South Carolina, she hits a triple. So this is an athlete who wants it so bad. And to me, she just has a year of experience. She came out just on fire as a freshman, but now with that experience, she's even better.
Sam Marder in that third base coach's box brought the freshman Riley McCoy down to talk to her before this 2-out plate appearance. And did it hit her or get the bat? Nope, got the knob of the bat. Strike 1. Kellyanne Perez comes out. What would she be arguing? It's been ruled a foul ball. Now Sam Marder calls time. She wants clarification. Sam's asking if it hit her.
Well, I don't know if Kellyanne Perez was thinking that maybe she was leaning into the pitch at all, but it was the right call. It hit the knob of the bat.
Here's the 0-1. McCoy started, stopped, takes a strike.
And that's the first changeup that we see that's low and inside from Caitlin Terry, a pitcher that truly has different pitches, able to utilize that rise ball, curve to both sides of the plate, and then beautiful changeup in that moment.
The 0-2 pitch from the lefty. Missed low and in. She had an attitude, dare I say, a swagger about her when we were able to sit down a bit yesterday. A woman, a few words. The 1-2 pitch just missed outside, 2-2.
Well, I think when you get those athletes that it's more than just pure power or, the way they spin the ball, but the fight and the battle they have, I think it gives you that extra edge because we know a lot of these coaches are trying to get these athletes to stay confident in the circle, but I'm going to tell you, Caitlin Terry does not lack confidence.
2-2. Good cut by Riley McCoy. Fouled it back. Riley watched one of the super regional games from the hospital after an injury she suffered, but would not miss another opportunity. That's lined into the crowd down the right field line, first base area. They applaud a fan who I don't know if he realized he caught it. I think it just stuck right in his gut. That thing was a laser. He turned around and clapped. He's like, I didn't have a choice. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Just underway, scoreless. Bounced down the third baseline, foul. Said that UCLA defense for you quickly. That's Woolery over at third with Bragg at short. Savannah Pola at second and Megan Grant at first. Liesel Osteen out in right field with Clements in center and Slimp out in left. The battery of Terry and Ramirez. UCLA in there. All white unis as that misses outside ball 3. The UCLA script across their chest and that Bruin blue with the gold outlines. They didn't wear these unis to media day. They wore their all Bruin blue ones. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, but the ball gets away from Ramirez. McCoy off to first, and that's as unique of a way to get a base runner as you can come about it. A strikeout, but the wild pitch allows McCoy to reach on the reason it was a tough play for Ramirez is because that ball never stopped rising, Leah.
That ball was above McCoy's head when she swung at that ball. That's why Ramirez had a hard time catching that.
First pitch strike to Paige Sinicki, the shortstop. I think everybody was a little bit taken aback by that. They didn't even announce Nikki until one pitch into the plate appearance. The 0-1 is a strike, just like that. Terry says, I got you.
Well, I like the command that Terry has in the circle with all of her pitches, really locating them well. You could tell she's just got pinpoint accuracy.
So Nikki, the senior, pops that one foul and out of play. Paige Sinicki hitting .374 in the cleanup spot. 8 home runs, 50 runs batted in. McCoy, who stands at first after the strikeout, is the team leader with 19 home runs on the season. Fresh set of softballs for our home plate umpire. No balls and 2 strikes. Runner at first on a strikeout. Terry stares in. The lefty brings it home. Bounce back to the circle. Plenty of time for Terry, who spins, throws it. Boy, she's pretty fired up. Made the play. Pumped her fist. And UCLA sets down Oregon in the first. We're scoreless as we head to the bottom of the first inning. The Bruins headed to the plate for the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. This is the Women's College World Series.
This message is from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Are you seeking to honor those who've served and sacrificed for their country? Visit the Veterans Legacy Memorial. This digital platform, run by VA's National Cemetery Administration, is dedicated to the memory of more than 4.8 million veterans interred at VA's national cemeteries, VA's grant-funded tribal, state, and territory cemeteries, and 2 U.S. National Park Service cemeteries. The memorial's interactive features allow people to remember veterans by posting tributes and comments, uploading images, and sharing a veteran's military timeline, achievements, biographical information, historical documents, and more. Over 45,000 submissions have been made to the existing profile pages since the site was launched. That's the Veterans Legacy Memorial.
My name is Latoya Adams. I served in the Army. Being with Paralyzed Veterans of America, they have showed me so much is possible.
I'm Sean Castle, served in the United States Army. I went from laying in a hospital bed dying to being a professional wheelchair basketball player. And it started with that one moment where there's life. I am unstoppable because Paralyzed Veterans of America is by my side.
We are unstoppable.
Learn more at pva.org.
Along with Hall of Famer Leah Amico, I'm Chris Plank here in Oklahoma City. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on Westwood One, presented by Marriott. Take your game day rituals on the road with Marriott Bonvoy. Over 30 hotel brands for every kind of fan. Explore more at MarriottBonvoy.com/NCAA. It'll be Clements, Pola, and Woolery for UCLA as we head to the bottom of the first inning. Pretty solid top half of the first for Caitlin Terry. She got 4 outs that inning. That's hard to do.
Yeah, you're right. That strikeout, that ended up being a pass ball, or I don't know what they can call it, wild pitch. I'm not sure what they ruled.
That's a good question. We need to check the official scoring on that. But the bottom line, more than anything else, it didn't matter. Now, another solid veteran arm as the junior Lindsey Grind. Opponent's hitting just 176 against her when she throws the rise this year. 182, the batting average for the opponents overall. And Flannery at third was in as close as I'd ever seen an infielder. She backs up a bit. Maake at first is in pretty tight as well, as Jessica Clements, the lefty, takes ball 1 a little bit out. Mentioned the color choice for the Bruins tonight. Ducks going with that green, that duck green, with the Ducks in yellow script across their chest. I mean, everything is green for the Ducks here tonight. The 1-0 swing and a miss. 1-1. Clements, by the way, hitting .374 on the season. One of the top base stealers, if she can get on, 9 of 11, but a fairly high strikeout number for your leadoff hitter. She struck out 23 times this year. Here's the 1-1 from Grind. Swing and a miss. That had a little extra juice on it. 69 miles an hour on the radar gun. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Everyone backs up on the infield now. Even with the bag is Flannery. The 1-2 is pop foul. Grind came into our sit down yesterday. Oh, the lights went out. The lights went out here in Oklahoma City. The power's still on, but the lights went out. All right, everyone turn on your phone light. Let's keep this thing going. The lights are on in the dugout, but the lights are out here in Oklahoma City. Someone hit the switch because they just powered back on.
That's crazy. I've not seen that happen here in Oklahoma City.
The lights went down, I mean, almost as if someone backed into the switch and didn't realize what they had done. And these are LED lights. Sometimes they can take a while to power up and power back on, but maybe they expected us to be done by, I mean, it hit right at straight up 10 o'clock.
Well, thank goodness it wasn't when a pitch was being thrown. How scary is that?
Oh, my gosh, no kidding. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Grind points towards Cox behind the plate, says, you and me, kid. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Line drive foul again. I almost wonder if there was some sort of timer, because there's not a ton of activity going on prior to the World Series, but there's a lot of work that's being done. On the field activity, that is, after the Big 12 championship. And they got him back on quick. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Bounced foul.
And there's that changeup after some foul balls by Jessica Clements, the lefty. Lindsey Grind showing that changeup that she's known for, mixing speeds well. But good at bat by Clements to be able just to foul that off.
One ball, 2 strikes. Line drive, center field. Bouchar's all over it, makes the catch, 1 away. And Jessica Clements is retired. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, your home for the national championships. Welcome back to Oklahoma City, where the lights just went out again.
Yeah, this is dangerous.
The lights went out again, and they just came back on.
Yeah, they got to get this figured out and make sure that doesn't happen, because I'm telling you, somebody could get hurt if that ball is in action and in motion.
And again, what Lee is saying is so dead on, and now Kelly Inouye Perez is out talking with the home plate umpire. I don't blame her.
Yeah, I would too if you're a coach, because you cannot take a chance of somebody getting injured. I mean, that is so dangerous that literally it just goes from light to complete black.
It is so dark when the lights go out, and that was the point I was going to hammer home here, Leah. There's Missy Lombardi walks out as well too, and now our home plate umpire Jim Bertuzzi is going to bring both coaches together.
Well, I think it's one thing if it happens once, but the fact that it just happened so quickly again, I think they got to figure out and make sure, and really should be assured that it's not going to happen again.
A friendly, I have no idea, from Kelly Inouye Perez and Missy Lombardi. Now our entire umpiring crew is coming together. The Oregon players have popped out of the dugout to try to get their crowd fired up.
Yeah, I don't think the players are affected by it at all. I feel like they're just like, all right, let's go. I mean, they reacted that first time after the light went back on. Lindsey Grind went right after the hitter, but
we got a good old-fashioned cheer showdown going on. The UCLA faithful are trying to outshout the Oregon faithful. I think right now it's a dead heat. Well, and I don't blame them. They're still meeting right now just off to the side of the circle. Missy Lombardi is standing just outside that first baseline trying to get the attention, I think, of Grind. And now our home plate umpire, and Missy's going to ask if Grind can throw a few pitches. She's going to be able to. Coach Lombardi.
Yeah, I think that's smart to be able to make sure your pitcher's ready to go instead of them saying, okay, time to play, and then all of a sudden she's been sitting there waiting for the lights to come back on.
And the good news is the lights are on now. I think everyone just wants assurances as to exactly what's going on. Because Leah Miko, like you said, it's, we're talking about there could be a pitch headed home. There could be a ball in the air. I mean, it was funny because at first light outage, it happened almost at straight up 10 o'clock. Now there's been some sort of resolution where they're going to bring the entire umpiring crew and both coaches together. I believe with the microphone for this game is Chad Steers. And it sounds like everyone seems to be in agreement over the why or the what behind it. If it happens again, it might be a little bit more problematic, but they've been standing here for a couple of minutes now, and I think it was the same amount of time between the power outage, and I can't even say power outage because the power did not go out here, just the lights went out. So whatever the resolution was, both sides seem to be happy about it, and we're going to get back to action, I think. All right, here we go. Lindsey Grind back to work. 29-2 on the season, 222 strikeouts to 66 walks as Savannah Pola digs in. Righty-lefty matchup. Pola takes the pitch low and away, ball one. 6-game hit streak currently for Savannah Pola. 440 average on the season. She's reached base now in 12 straight games. She's a triple threat. Here's the 1-0 from Grind. Popped up left side, that's going to get out of play. Pretty smart move, too, from Kelly Inouye Perez to go out and get a clarification. Hey, let's not keep doing this if the power's going to, or the lights are going to keep going out, guys. 1-1. Just missed, a little bit low and away. They are not messing around with the corners for Oregon. Okay, and Flannery inside. That one's popped up foul territory. Is there room? No.
His first two hitters, Lindsey Grind already on pitch 11 so far, and I think it's good. First couple of hitters being able to foul off a bunch of pitches, try to get a better offering, but also for the rest of the lineup coming behind you to be able to see what Grind is throwing and just tonight what she has.
The 2-2 from the righty. A little dribbler out in front of the plate. No play for Cox, the catcher. It's an infield single from Savannah Pola. That's about the third time we've seen that happen today here in Oklahoma City. Just a ball that dies right in front of the plate on a full swing.
Yeah, it's a swinging bunt. That's what we call it. It literally was in the perfect spot that you'd want to lay down a bunt. Emma Cox is able to get to that ball, catcher behind the plate, but it's just too far out, and she doesn't even have a play.
Here's the dangerous Jordan Woolery. 86 runs batted in. One of the 10 finalists for Player of the Year. She takes the first pitch a little bit out. You name it, she's been it. She's done it. She's accomplished it. 415 batting average, 23 home runs, NFCA first teamer, All-American. 1-0. Rip that one foul.
We've heard these coaches using the term elite hitters. We've heard Patty Gasso talk about her players. We know Kelly Inouye Perez talked about Woolery and Grant. These two hitters, 3 and 4. They're so deadly in this lineup, but just about the elite hitters that they are. And I think it's this idea of that, like, they're the ones they want with the bat when the game is on the line. Woolery proving this is why their season is alive, because of the home run she got against South Carolina when it counted the most. But I just love what you're seeing her and Grant do in this lineup.
Here's the 1-1 to Woolery. Got a good cut, fouled it straight back. First pitch she saw against Gress in the bottom of the 7th with 2 outs in the South Carolina Super Regional, and she launched it out of the park to force a Game 3. and give UCLA life that they took advantage of. Time is given to Grind. She had held her hand out there for a while and almost seemed like Jim Pertuzzi, our home plate umpire, was a little bit reluctant to give time out there, but he did. Had 4 hits in the Oregon series, had a hit in each game. Outside. All 2 just missed a little bit out. In the UCLA run rule win in that Oregon series back on April 18th, 19th, and 20th. She went 2 for 3 with 4 runs batted in, a home run, and a run scored. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Holds that bat. Half cocked. Now pulls it back and rips it foul. You like that strategy with some hitters? Where they'll hold the bat out across the plate a little bit?
You know, what I've noticed, and I'm not sure, I'd be interested to talk to Woolery and see what she says about it, but I noticed hitters would do that, even big hitters, just to keep their swing short. I feel like a lot of hitters felt like they still pull back and they still are able to get to contact and extension. Sometimes it just gives them a little bit longer look at the ball and keeps their swing from getting too big.
Full count pitch. Sky to center field, but plenty of room for Kadri Lashar, who comes in and makes the catch, and there's 2 away. That's a big out.
And the reason I think that situation is maybe why she was doing that, because she is such a phenomenal hitter with tons of power, but she did it with 2 strikes on her. And I think it just shortens you up just a little bit.
Here's Megan Grant. They had called a action clock violation to run the count full, and Missy Lombardi is out protesting it. On one of the foul, on the previous, the 2-2 foul ball, they had called a late action clock violation, claiming that Grind did not get the pitch off in time. I was wondering what the point to the press box was about. That's what it was. Irrelevant here as Woolery flied out, and there's 2 outs. Here's Megan Grant, who takes ball 1 high. Missy Lombardi came out to ask, what? Because the action clock has been such a highly and hotly debated topic as the 1-0 misses away 2-0. Because so many times it's just not enforced. You know, it's, you got 2 seconds on the clock, I'm going to throw my hands up, and the ump's going to give us time. And then other times it's overly enforced. Here's the 2-0. Outside. 3-0. And missed out. Oregon fans are not happy. And what's unique about the softball, why they call the action clock and not the pitch clock, is that the hitter must be in the batter's box by the 10-second mark. 3-0 is high, so it's a 4-pitch walk to Megan Grant. And that's going to draw a trip to the circle from Emma Cox, the catcher.
Well, I don't think anything's really hurt in that. Lindsey Grind looking in and not wondering where that pitch missed, and Bertuzzi saying that it was too high. But in that situation, when you walk Grant, I know you have 2 runners on right now, but I think I would much rather face Slimp than I would Grant in that situation, especially when she fell behind and got into a hitter's count.
Now here's Riley Slimp, the freshman, part of the Big Ten all-freshman team after a .391 average this season. Strike. The lefty takes strike 1. That is the first pitch strike for Grind here in this first inning. Scoreless game, bottom of the first. UCLA threatening with runners at first and second, but 2 away. The 0-1 from Grind, the righty. Ground ball to third. Easy play by Flannery. Steps on the bag. That'll do it. Good bounce back by Grind. The lights went out a couple of times, but the Ducks persevered. And as we head into second, we are scoreless in Oklahoma City. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
With Marriott Bonvoy, take your game day rituals on the road. No matter how you show your team spirit, find a stay for your style when you explore our entire world of hotel brands and experiences. Marriott Bonvoy has a brand for every kind of fan. Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA.
So we ask, why call them stands if you're going to sit in them? Guess you in the back.
Professor, it's NCAA championship season. We'll be in the stands, but are we ready?
You prepared to bring it? Wear your colors loud? Yell, shuffle, shake? Oh, you're ready. The NCAA championships. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Buy your seats today at ncaa.com/tickets.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The Women's College World Series is on Westwood One and your Alexa. Hear every single pitch by asking your device to open Westwood One Sports. Just say open Westwood One Sports to listen on Alexa. Scoreless as we head to the second. Boy, it's been a weird night. We had a weather delay of over an hour and about 8 minutes. And then, after a fairly brisk Tech 1-zip win over Ole Miss, the lights went out twice in the bottom half of the first inning. Our intrepid reporter, Ryan Radke, says on the ESPN broadcast, they were talking about trying to clarify what happens if the lights go out while the ball's in play, which would make a lot of sense to get clarification on that. And I believe what the rules analyst came up is that they would call it a dead ball, but hopefully it's not something we have to worry about again. Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. I agree with you. I'd hate to see a pitch in motion when, those lights go out. Hopefully it won't happen anymore.
Des Patman will lead things off. First pitch, a little bit low. Ball one to the right-handed hitting right fielder. Patman out of San Diego. Deep in the box, Terry takes strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike. It does seem as if the bottom of that first inning lasted forever.
Yeah.
I mean, it seemed like we were waiting things out for quite a bit. Here's the 1-1. Popped up behind home plate. Is there room now? Going to get about halfway up the netting. No chance for Larry Costigan or myself to make a play on that one. Did we even have a close one in the first 2 games to you guys? No. Didn't seem that way. Didn't have a lot of hits. This has been a pitcher's kind of a day here in Oklahoma City. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Down goes Patman. It's the second strikeout of the day. Pardon me, make it the 3rd strikeout of the day because McCoy struck out but reached on it. And there's one away. There's Emma Cox. Probably the team that has had the most hits in the 3 games. I mean, could it be Tennessee? Tennessee had 8 hits. Texas had 7. First pitch ball. And in the Ole Miss Texas Tech game, there was a combined 6 hits.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that. And then to think that Tennessee lost. I mean, comes down to that clutch hitting from Oklahoma and Ella Parker.
1 ball, no strikes to Cox. 330 average. With 34 runs batted in, takes ball 2 low. So the team that had the most hits in a game so far today is in the loser's bracket.
Yeah, it's just wild. I think that's just postseason softball for you. The stories and just endings have been phenomenal in postseason.
2-0 is a strike, 2-1. Still a good crowd tonight as we push past 10:20 local time, 11:20 on the East Coast. The 2-1 pitch fouled off. Some of the fans in the nice play by an Oregon Duck fan. She was smart. She brought her glove. Some of the upper deck sections up here by us starting to thin out just a bit. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Popped up again. This one on the infield. Easy play for Megan Grant, who makes the catch, and there's 2 quick outs. Wherever your golf journey is headed, a PGA professional will help get you there. Find your coach at pga.com/coach. rich golf history here in Oklahoma. Oklahoma State just won the national championship. They beat Oklahoma in the first round of match play in the quarterfinals. Congratulations to the Cowboys. Here's the first pitch to Mahaki, and it's fouled off. The PGA Championship is coming back to Oklahoma in 2027 at Southern Hills. So we got you covered when you come to Oklahoma for golf if you need it, Leah. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss.
I think I'm most excited about 2028 Olympics being
right
hosted here.
Gotta make sure the lights stay on.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe they're testing for that. I don't know, but that to me is so exciting. What's going to happen for our sport? Although it's the LA Olympics, Oklahoma City will be hosting softball.
Okay, swings and fouls that pitch off. There's been a lot of hand-wringing over the lack of building a softball-specific facility in LA. There's some people that would like to have another option, feel this might be a little bit too slanted towards the University of Oklahoma here. No ball, 2-strike pitch, headed home.
Outside.
Oh, that just missed outside. It was out, not by much. Aki staying alive.
Caitlin Terry started walking towards the dugout a little bit. She wanted that call.
Stephanie Mahaki waits. The pitch. Got her. Swinging. Now she can head towards the dugout. And the catcher, Ramirez, launches the ball in the air back towards the circle. And that'll do it for Oregon in the top half of the second inning. And I'll tell you right now, what we're seeing from Caitlin Terry in the circle is as special as anything we've seen so far today. She's been outstanding. And we're scoreless as we head to the bottom of the second inning for the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. This is the Women's College World Series.
Thumbtack presents Project Paralysis. I was cornered. Sweat gathered above my furrowed brow, and my mind was racing. I wondered who would be left standing when the droplets fell, me or the clogged sink. Drain cleaner and pipe snake clenched in my weary fist, I stepped toward the sink and then... Wait, why am I stressing? I have Thumbtack. I can easily search for a top-rated plumber, read reviews, and compare prices, all on the app. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
And you're not just helping out the person receiving the transplant. You're touching whole families with your life-saving gift. Register in minutes. Just go to organdonor.gov. You'll be happy you did. And just maybe, someone else will be happy too. Sign up today. Go to organdonor.gov. It saves lives. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
For more than 75 years, the VA Home Loan Benefit has helped millions of eligible veterans and service members achieve their piece of the American dream, a home for their families. Did you know that you could purchase a home or refinance your current home loan with your VA Home Loan Benefit? VA home loans have lower closing costs and generally enjoy lower interest rates than other borrowers. The VA Home Loan may save you thousands of dollars on your mortgage. For more information, visit www.va.gov or talk to a lender of your choice. Choose VA.
Welcome back to our Granger broadcast booth in Oklahoma City, along with three-time Women's College World Series champion Leah Amico. I'm Chris Plank. For the ones who get it done, Granger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call or click Granger.com or just stop by. Scoreless game as we head to the bottom of the second inning. This game feels like it should be in the fifth for some reason right now. But UCLA will bring up Ramirez, Bragg, and Moika. This would be their 6, 7, and 8 hitters. As back to work goes Lindsey Grind. Texas Tech has advanced to the winner's bracket. They'll play the winner of this game on Saturday evening. The loser will fight for their postseason life tomorrow. Which, again, if you're new to the Women's College World Series, this is relatively new. You used to play on Thursday to play Friday and then get Saturday off. Now the NCAA has lengthened the week a bit, and the first pitch is a strike. Do you like the changes?
You know, I think it really favors, and I think you should get that if you are the winning team. It helps those teams because a lot of these programs have aces, and it gives them that day off to rest. And so I do like that change.
The 0-1 pitch is a little bit low to Alexis Ramirez. Ramirez, 341 average. As a leadoff hitter this season, she fouls that one back, and by that meaning leading off an inning, hitting 368, which would be something that we haven't seen in the evening session yet. Neither Tech nor Ole Miss put the leadoff hitter aboard in any of their opportunities, and neither one of these teams have so far tonight.
Well, and I think day one especially really does favor the pitchers, the ball going back up on the backstop net. But, I really think pitchers come out fresh. They're amped up. We're best teams in the country. And so I think this is kind of common to see on day one. I think as the tournament goes along, you will start to see more hitting and more adjustments.
Line drive fouled on the right field line. Producer Larry Costigan points out we didn't even see a hit until the fifth inning of the first game here tonight in the first game of the evening session, third game of the day. 1 ball and 2 strikes. They're going to give her time here. They didn't give her. They didn't give Grind time last half inning. They do here. The 1-2 pitch, bounce to the left side. Sinich, the shortstop, has it, throws across, and got it. 1 away.
A ground ball to Sinicki on that left side. Fielding that ball, but it was actually a ball that short-hop pitcher Maake, she does a nice job by coming up with that, picking up her shortstop. And that's what you want to see defensively. You got to have the back of your pitcher.
They had a neat thing on ESPN between innings where Paige Sinicki had put together a list of her goals whenever she was in kindergarten, as the first pitch is fouled back for a strike to Kanaya Bragg. And she had already made up her mind that she wanted to play for a top 10 school whenever she was in grade school. Now one of those leaders on this team.
Well, this is the first time head coach Missy Lombardi has been able to get the Ducks to Oklahoma City. He's been here many times with Oklahoma back when she was the pitching coach and the assistant, and now she's been the head of the Ducks program.
Here's the 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Oregon's, and she's preaching the same thing that she learned from Patty Gasso when she was at Oklahoma, and that's defense. Oregon, third best defense in the country with a .981 fielding percentage. It's the best defense ever for an Oregon team. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Strike.
Ball strike.
When I think just taking pride in every part of the game. But pitching especially, everybody knows you need to have that. But when you can help your pitcher out, when it is so hard to just get that hit and you have to earn it and get it to the grass in order for it to get through.
1-2 is popped into right center field. Edry Luchar is under it and nearly collides with Padman. I think they did. Luchar makes the catch, and there's 1 away.
Well, that is what happens when you're on this big stage and there's a lot of noise, and both Luchar in center field and right fielder Patman were going for the ball, and so they might have both even been calling it, but just didn't hear each other. And that's where, they're both traveling a long distance. That ball was up in the air for a long time, and they run into each other a little bit, but Luchar holding on to it.
Yeah, I think watching the replay, it didn't seem like Luchar called it until late, and Patman was calling it, and they just... You mentioned it. On this stage, it can be tough. First pitch strike to Sofia Mojica.
Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to. That's why she was calling early. And if both of you are calling it, center fielder has the right of way. But when you're not hearing your teammate, and I think even more why you've got to be so extra loud.
There's a bouncer to third, but it rolls foul. I mentioned Missy Lombardi bringing... What version did she say she was on with this team?
Version 7.
7? Version 1, she only had 7 players. Her last trip to the Women's College World Series was in 2018. The 0-2 pitch This is outside. It was the last year that Oklahoma's season didn't end in the championship series, and her hitting coach was a starting third baseman on that Oklahoma team, and Sid Romero. So it's been a minute since Missy Lombardi has been here, but she's got a squad. Scoreless, though, as the 1-2 pitch by Mujica is fouled back.
Yeah, when you just think about the coaches on these staffs, and you have Sydney Romero, like you mentioned, All-American from Oklahoma, national champion. You have Alyssa Palomino Cardoza, All-American, that played at Arizona. You have Sam Martyr from Oklahoma, and also has been on the coaching ranks.
The 1-2 misses out. Sam Martyr was one of the first coaches that, well, listen, I don't know if she was one of the first, but for me that I was around, that I really learned about the analytics side and the spray charts, and she really embraces it. It's been a major part of her coaching focus in Eugene. The 2-2 has popped up foul and well out of play. I say that, and it hits off the press box and rolls back down to the field.
That was the 41st pitch that was fouled off by Mujica that Lindsey Grimes. We're only in the bottom of the second inning.
I'm telling you.
I think it's just a great
game
job by these hitters.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Big fist pump from Emma Cox, the catcher. Grind fires her teams up as she comes bouncing out of the circle, and that'll do it for UCLA in a 1-2-3 second. We head to the third. We're scoreless in Oklahoma City. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
We are the PGA of America, and since 1916, our PGA of America golf professionals have loved and led this game. Our love for the game drives our coaches to help millions of golfers with their games, our operators to deliver incredible experiences, and our general managers to run any facility and business at the highest level. Our love for the game leads us to play at a high level, impact lives through PGA Reach, and develop your love for the game every day. The PGA of America. We love this game.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
At Napa, we spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Napa know-how.
Download the Westwood One Sports app and catch all of our NCAA championship broadcasts. And be sure to keep the app on your mobile device year-round as we bring you primetime NFL action anytime, anywhere for free. Get the Westwood One Sports app today for iOS and Android. Along with Leah Amico, I'm Chris Plank. The evening session. No pace to this game tonight. We're just in the third inning. It's scoreless. The winner of this game will play Texas Tech on Saturday. The Red Raiders shut out Ole Miss behind Nyjah Kennedy's 10 strikeout performance.
Well, I think maybe it's the game plan of the UCLA hitters to just foul off a ton of pitches. And I tell you what, eventually you're going to be able to maybe wear down Lindsey Grimes a little bit in the circle. Caitlin Terry, on the other hand, for UCLA, she seems to be going right at these hitters and really efficiently working in the circle.
The loser will have to turn around and play tomorrow night at 9:30 Eastern against Ole Miss. And there's a game before there, so you could be playing, well, at this exact same time tomorrow night. Hopefully you'll be further along to the third as the first pitch misses low to Kaylin Jones, the freshman second baseman. Jones, second team All Big Ten, also is on the all freshman team, hitting .337 on the season. The lefty takes a strike, 1-1. And it's nothing that's wrong that Grind's doing in the circle for Oregon. You hit it on the head. What are we, close to 50 pitches through the first 2 innings? There's a slap foul.
We talked about the coaching staff of Oregon, but in UCLA dugout, you think you have Pelianoy Perez, who is an All-American catcher in her time, been coaching at the head, and Lisa Fernandez, also one of the best pitchers ever.
There's a slap down the first baseline. Nice play by Grant. Did they get her in time? No! Infield single. And Kaylin Jones is the first base runner for Oregon that's put the ball in play. Ooh, that was close at first, and she got it.
Yeah, really close. I mean, she was...
Oh, I'd challenge it if I was UCLA.
Wow, I just feel like it was how fast she was moving. They thought that she ended up being safe. That was a close play, but you're right. With the replay, they got her.
Katie Flannery lays down a bunt. It's a beauty. Grant charges, throws to first. The sacrifice works to perfection. Jones, after the first hit of the game for Oregon, stands at second. Flannery does her job, and here's Kai Lushar. Well, I mean, if you're going to draw up a way to try to get up early for Oregon, play a little small ball. Lushar digs in deep in the box, slaps it to first. Grant on it quickly, fields it and tags her for the out. 2 away. Thought for a moment that Grant might try to make a play at third, but Jones had already beat any potential throw there, but there's 2 outs. What an aggressive play by Megan Grant. When we were sitting with our Westwood One crew exclusively with her yesterday, I said, I've really been impressed with your defense. As her sister, Kylie, base hit! Kedri Lushar rips it into right field on the first pitch she sees right past Megan Grant, and it's 1-0 UCLA.
Well, you're seeing these hitters.
Oregon, over UCLA.
Yeah, you see these hitters turning on the first pitch offered. I like how aggressive they're being, knowing Caitlin Terry has been moving the ball. It's an inside pitch, and this time just completely goes around as a left-handed hitter and pulls it to that right side, able to get it past Megan Grant at first base.
That was all Kaylin Jones, man. That was all Kaylin Jones. Kedri Lushar, the early hero for Oregon. It's 1-0 Ducks. First pitch high to Riley McCoy.
Well, and usually on those bang-bang plays, we have seen people trying to challenge the call. And in that situation, in slow motion, that call might have been overturned, but because they choose not to, that run comes across.
I can't believe they didn't at least try to challenge it. Here's the 1-0. It's in for a strike.
And I'm telling you, I really think it was the way that Jones moved down that line. She sold it so good. At first, it looked like, okay, she could be out. And then it's all of a sudden, I mean, she was moving. And that's what speed does, right? It's a miss hit.
Yep.
She ends up beating it out essentially because they called it a hit.
Oh, they're going to call a timing violation on McCoy for not being in the batter's box by 10 seconds. Sam Marder had called timeout to try to come talk to her. Missy Lombardi is out to protest as well. This is the second action clock violation that's going to be called on Oregon. The home plate umpire pointed at McCoy and immediately to the press box and said it's a strike. He's not going to relent on this. A frustrated Missy Lombardi walks back to the dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wow. You got to get in the batter's box by the 10-second mark. And Oregon wasn't. Here's the 1-2 to McCoy. That's up high, 2-2. Oregon is 42-2 this year when they score first. And Kedri Lushar with a clutch 2-out base hit. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Lushar's going. It's a ground ball to third. Woolery up with it, throws. Plenty of time to end the inning for Oregon. But the damage is done. The Ducks strike first. A 2-out RBI single from Kedri Lushar. And as we head to the bottom of the third inning, it's 1-0 Ducks from the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. This is the Women's College World Series.
LaShawna spent more than 5 years in foster care.
I was getting older. I didn't think I'd be adopted.
But with help from the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption, Lashana now has a forever family and the foundation for a bright future.
When I was adopted, it was like, wow, this is permanent.
You can help find permanent homes for children still lingering in foster care. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
The Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council present the story of Tom and Levi.
Tom is the smartest man I know. He's been a professor at 2 major universities, been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, he told me that he was having problems in his classes. I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. And he was telling them that he was doing it as a favor to them, but I think in reality he just wanted to get out of there. I was really starting to worry because I saw something was wrong.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me, and my love for him was just immense.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Along with the Hall of Famer Leah Amico, I'm Chris Plank here in Oklahoma City. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One, presented by Marriott. Take your game day rituals on the road with Marriott Bonvoy. Over 30 hotel brands for every kind of fan. Explore more at MarriottBonvoy.com/NCAA. Oregon strikes first, but UCLA has started their dugout party. They're handing out party hats, and there's a strobe, a globe, not what they call that, a disco ball they have in their dugout. You see some unique things as far as dugout celebrations, but party time in the UCLA dugout to try to get something going, but, well, they're due.
Well, it's a little twist on the party, the rally cap, right? They all got their little party hats on right now, trying to turn things around.
They were handing out little cups, too, of Gatorade. And the first pitch is lined to center field by Caitlin Terry, but right at Luchar, and there's one away. I know you got to be specific there, so that was Kedri Luchar.
Well, Kedri Luchar running, able to just be on that hard line shot, but good piece of hitting right there on that first pitch offered to Caitlin Terry in that 9 spot. That's what you want to do. Second time through the lineup, it's all about adjustments.
Here's Jessica Clements. 0 for 1, lined out to center, her first plate appearance. First pitch swinging, popped into shallow left field, racing out is Sinicki to make the catch, and there's quickly 2 away. Well, this party's kind of flat, UCLA. Let's go.
Well, that's what you like to see after so many pitches being thrown by Lindsey Grind, to be able to get 2 quick outs right after your team put up a run is really the way you want to respond on defense.
Savannah Pola had the infield hit in the first inning. Was stranded at second base. One of 2 runners stranded, and there's a first pitch outside, ball 1. Tech awaits the winner Saturday in the winner's bracket. Ole Miss awaits loser later tomorrow night. 1 ball, no strike count. Here's the pitch. Popped up. Is it in play? No. Flannery gives chase. That's going to end up about 5 rows up. Flannery had me fooled. She gave that a run like she had a shot at it. 1 ball and a strike. That infield stays in tight for Oregon. The 1-1 pitch is low, 2-0. I was mentioning before the lights went out, the first time, Grind really impressed me. She came in when she sat down with us yesterday and introduced herself to all of us right away. 2-1 pitch, a little bit out, 2-3. I'm like saying, you don't really have to introduce yourself. We know who you are. But just common courtesy, courteous, good kid. But she's falling behind here, 3 balls and a strike. Is UCLA trying to generate some juice. That ball's hit hard and deep to center field at the wall. It is caught! It's caught by Kedri Luchar. Her back against the outfield wall. She reached up and snagged it like it was a routine fly ball.
Well, at the fence, I thought off the bat it might have been going out. But Kedri Luchar, she got back to that fence, was right there with it.
She took away a home run.
She did. That ball, had she not been right at that fence, that ball was out.
Unbelievable defensive play. And as we head to the fourth inning, Oregon holds on to its 1-0 lead. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
We are the PGA of America, and since 1916, our PGA of America golf professionals have loved and led this game. Our love for the game drives our coaches to help millions of golfers with their games, our operators to deliver incredible experiences, and our general managers to run any facility and business at the highest level. Our love for the game leads us to play at a high level, impact lives through PGA Reach, and develop your love for the game every day. The PGA of America, we love this game.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Napa know-how.
A reminder to join us again Friday for a Women's College World Series doubleheader. Florida and Tennessee at 7 o'clock. And then Ole Miss and the loser of this one, Ryan Radke and Leah Miko, will have all the action right here on most of these same Westwood One stations. You can also hear the broadcast via the Varsity Network app, the NCAA Women's College World Series app, Alexa-enabled devices, or on the Westwood One Sports app. Leah Miko, I don't know if we've seen a no-sell like Kedri Luchar just did. She went up over, standing, the white on top of the outfield wall, and took away a home run from Savannah Pola, and then acted like it's just ho-hum, that's what she does.
Yeah, it's so funny because you see the big moments and how everybody normally reacts on a play like that, and she did the complete opposite. Absolutely nonchalant, like no big deal, do this all the time, but what a big play.
First pitch swing, Paige Sinicki grounds it to third, Woolery up with it. Little double clutch on the throw, but plenty of time to get her one away. Well, I'll say one thing, the UCLA fans brought the energy tonight. They haven't stopped. Trying to get the party going in the dugout. That didn't work so well. But during that timeout, they were on fire. It was during the Missy Lombardi interview, too, as Des Patman takes the first pitch. A little bit out, ball one. One run on 2 hits for the Ducks. UCLA has the one hit back in the first inning. 1-0. Pop foul. It's going to get out of play. We say Des, but there is more to the name than just Des. Desiana? Is that what we were going with? She likes to go by just Des. 1-1. Bounce back to the circle. Caitlin Terry gets it. Underhands to first. 2 away. We have seen some good defensive play in the circle in this evening's session. Caitlin Terry's been solid. Saw Leah Binford start a 1-2-3 double play, if you will, from the circle to home to first. Nyjah Kennedy was impressive. First pitch swinging to the catcher, Emma Cox. It's popped down the first baseline. Megan Grant gives chase. Makes the catch off a rebound off the netting there. Strike one.
Yeah, we've really seen all day when you think of Carlin Pickens in the circle, being able to field her position. Sam Landry, I mean, I feel like she's everywhere on the field for Oklahoma as a pitcher. She just jumps out of that circle to field her position.
0-1 pitch is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Even Tegan Kavan, a couple bouncers back to her.
Yep, she was very confident. I just love seeing a pitcher field their position and just make that hard throw to first base. Like, no big deal. Do this all the time.
1-1 misses out. 2 balls and a strike. Clocked at 70 miles an hour. Which, again, it's wild in this sport now that at 70 miles an hour, which is, we're talking about, low 90s if you're making the baseball equivalent. You see Carlin Pickens do is not even fair. There's a grounder to short. Oh, what a play by Bragg. Spin, throws, got it. Bragg had a little sass on that one, and it's a quick 1-2-3 inning for the Oregon Ducks offense. We head to the bottom of the 4th. UCLA trying to get the bats going as they trail it 1-0 from the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. This is the Women's College World Series.
At Movember, we're best known for the mustache. Well, here's the thing. Men's health deserves support year-round, which is why we're more than a month, more than mustaches. All year round, we're doing more. We're delivering more research, more treatments, doing more to help men live happier, healthier, longer lives. But we need your support, because the more we can do, the more fathers, brothers, partners, sons we can protect. Movember, more than a month. Learn more at Movember.com.
Furnished by Movember.
Meet Bob Minetti.
My wife and I just celebrated 45 memorable years together. She and my daughter Katie are my anchors.
Bob and Wendy spent time fundraising for healthcare causes.
I guess I liked it so much, I decided to become a patient.
In 2016, he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer.
I assumed that there was no hope for people with my diagnosis.
Bob participated in a clinical trial that included cutting-edge radiation therapy and surgery. He's been in remission since completion.
I'm so glad that I learned about what was possible for me.
I'm Keisha Sharp. Since losing my mother to pancreatic cancer, I've been working to ensure that everyone facing this diagnosis knows about the immense progress being made. Stand Up to Cancer and Lusk Garden Foundation are working together to make every person diagnosed into a long-term survivor, like Bob. Visit pancreaticcancercollective.org.
Furnished by Stand Up to Cancer.
Stay up to date with Westwood One Sports by following us on X. In-game highlights, direct links to listen to live games, behind-the-scenes photos, and more. Follow Westwood One Sports on X. Along with Leah Miko, I'm Chris Plank. 1-0. Oregon leads UCLA as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. We're just about through with our mid-inning interview, so get things cooking here with the heart of the UCLA lineup. Jordan Woolery, Megan Grant, and Riley Slim.
Yeah, I think it's a big inning right now for Lindsey Grine after that fast inning in the last outing in the bottom of the 3rd. Now you have the heart of the lineup, 2 of the best hitters in the country, and Woolery and Grant to face right off the bat.
Woolery flied out to center field in her first plate appearance, and she rips this one into left field. It's a base hit. Is it possible? Did we finally have a leadoff single for UCLA? We did. And it's courtesy of the star, Jordan Woolery. She ripped that.
Yeah, and it was on the outside corner. She pulls it to left field. Not enough break on the ball, about belt high, and that's a pitch. Woolery doing exactly what she's supposed to do with that. Honestly, a little lucky that that ball wasn't lifted, because that pitch was belt high, and with the power in Woolery, she's so dangerous.
Lauren Hatch is going to pinch run here. She ripped it. Well, Megan Grant can change this game with one swing of the bat. UCLA's down 1-0. She walked her last time up and takes a strike.
Lindsey Grine is a pitcher who's known for trying to stay away from the hitters, and it's something they've continued to do.
No balls and a strike to the lefty. Grant had a cut, fouled it back. It's so cool to see some of these players like Megan Grant on this stage. After watching her play in the Alliance Fast Pitch All-Star game in Indianapolis 3 years ago, to see her on this stage is pretty special. The 0-2 pitch popped up, left side. Is it going to get out of play? No. Plenty of room. And the catch is made for out number 1 over on the third base side by Flannery.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, I think that was just a big out to be able to get that pop-up off of Grant.
Well, it looked for a moment, some of the balls down on the, there's no wind here, so the wind's not blowing anything. It's a little chilly, but some of those balls from lefties have just gone on and sliced right into that first, second, third row, and that one just, the dreaded straight ball from Megan Grant. Here's Riley Slim. Runner at first, 1 out. First pitch swinging, lines it down the left field line, foul.
Yeah, these hitters are jumping on that first pitch. That's on that outside corner, knowing that she's going away from them.
Slim hitting .353 in the tournament so far. Couple of runs batted in. 25 total RBI on the season. Oh, this is odd. Grind is shaking. Now she looks at the action clock, has 4. Brings it home, the 0-1, a little bit up. I don't see that very often. Missy Lombardi, though, did tell us she has the right to shake anytime she wants. Rarely see it, though. A lot of trust in that Oregon dugout. The 1-1 fouled off.
And this important role Riley Slim plays behind Woolery and Grant. We talk a lot about those two hitters in the 3-4 spot, but it's always about who will protect those hitters. And right now, she's been someone that has been important in that position behind them.
1-2 is slapped foul.
Coach Inoue Perez talked to us a little bit about that, about, she's been really happy with how Slim has been coming through for them because, if those hitters do get pitched around or they get out, they need to know that they have someone that can come up consistently behind that.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Hasn't shown any desire to go at first yet, and they won't as that pitch misses low. UCLA so far, 1 flyout, 8 ground outs, 1 strikeout. Nation's leader in appearances. Number 2 in wins. Grind gets the ground ball to the right side. Nice play by Mahake. Gets to the bag in time to beat Slimp, and there's 2 away. Off to second goes the pinch runner. And there's 2 away.
Yeah, Mahake was behind the bag, and so she actually took a step forward to field that ball. Almost bobbled a little bit, but held on to it and quickly was able to make that out. So 2 outs right now in the heart of their lineup.
That's Lauren Hatch at second. Here's Alexis Ramirez, the sophomore catcher. What are we getting time for here? They gave it to her. Grind seems to be having a few issues either with her pitch watch or not liking the call. First pitch, Ramirez takes the ball a little bit out.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just feel like it's almost been a little stressful. Like you just see this reaction in the circle, like she knows that she's got to stay on that pitch clock and within that time, but I think it's that she's not wanting the pitches she's getting called.
Here's the 1-0. Fouled back, good cut by Ramirez. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's watched a lot of Oregon softball this year, and it's not something you see very often. And we've had 2 action clock violations, both of them called on Oregon so far, but only one of them on Lindsey Grind, the pitcher. Now she wants a new softball after getting a fresh set, and this is going to slow down this game even more.
Well, Lindsey Grind is a pitcher that came over from Virginia Tech, and Coach Missy Lombardi said when they first talked about that potential, as soon as she made the decision to come over, Missy told us that she called her up and said, "Okay, Coach, what are we doing?" She said, "I want to talk about video. What can I do? How can I get to work?" And Coach Missy Lombardi just said, "I love everything about how she competes in the circle, her demeanor, how she carries herself." And she said, honestly, off the field, she's so different than how she competes. She's all about her team. She's just so friendly. But she just said, she's just the biggest competitor as soon as she gets the ball in the hand, and that she wants it.
Missy Lombardi saw the same thing that we did, so she has jogged out to the circle to talk to Lindsey Grind. It gives us a chance to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, your home for the national championships. We're in Oklahoma City for the Women's College World Series. The evening session pushed back a bit after an hour weather delay that's kind of pushed back the start of the second session. Tech has already beaten Ole Miss 1-0 to advance in the winner's bracket. Oregon leads here in the bottom of the fourth inning with 2 outs, 1-0 over UCLA. The 1-1 pitch to Ramirez is outside, 2 balls and a strike.
Well, it's an outside changeup, and I think that we have not seen a lot of changeups being thrown.
2 balls and a strike. That outside changeup gets the call on the outer edge. Strike 2. The next pitch will be the 64th of the game for Grind. Lindsey rocks, popped up down the right field line, slicing away from, and out of the reach of Patman, who made a diving attempt on a ball that was nowhere near where she dove.
Yeah,
That's an A for effort.
It was. There's 2 outs. She dives. I don't know. The ball was against the fence.
She's having fun with it. She kind of throws her arms out to the side.
Prepping just in case the next one goes to that same spot.
There's no dirt over there, so it's all turf. She was maybe wanting to slide around a little bit. We push past midnight Eastern. Here's the 2-2. That's hit pretty hard and deep to left field, and it's gone! Alexis Ramirez bombs one over the left field wall, and UCLA takes the lead on a 2-run shot from their catcher. And that got out in a hurry.
After taking that ball down the right field line and fouling it off, she turns on this next pitch that comes inside. I mean, just completely obliterates this ball. They go outside and then up and in. That ball was at her shoulders. And that ball, I tell you what, you go up, that better be a lot of jump on that ball because the power that these hitters have, Ramirez gets all of that. What an at-bat.
The home run by Alexis Ramirez is just her 5th of the season. Break out the party hats. The Bruin dugout is feeling it. They've taken the lead. Here's Kanaya Braggs, the shortstop. Braggs 0 for 1. She flied out to center field, takes a strike. They got the party hats on. Alexis Ramirez, her first postseason home run. Here's the 0-1. That's in for a strike, 0-2. This is the most home runs by a UCLA team in a single season. Second most part. 108 hit by the 2010 Bruins. There's a bouncer foul down the third base line. The 1999 team hit 95. That home run by Ramirez was the 96th home run this season. 2010 Bruins that hit 108 home runs, most in Bruins history, won the national title. Oh, by the way, so did the 99 team that hit 95. The 0-2. Popped up right field. Padman, she's ready for this one, makes the catch. And that'll do it. But we got a whole new game as we head to the 5th. A 2-run home run by the catcher, Alexis Ramirez. She's feeling it. So are the Bruins fans. They lead it 2-1 as we head to the 5th. You're listening to the Women's College World Series in the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
The NCAA Men's Final Four. Every whoop, high five, shout, and holler gets your team one step closer to the promised land. Any questions?
Professor, are we ready?
You prepare to open a can of fandom and cheer like you've never done it before? Oh, you're ready. We're cutting down some nets now. The NCAA Men's Final Four, April 4th and 6th, 2026 in Indianapolis. Apply for seats today at ncaa.com/men's final four.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Every day, PGA of America coaches across the country are helping golfers reach their goals. First time picking up a club? Let's get started. 16th hole still giving you some nightmares? Let's conquer it. Want to bring a friend along? Let's learn together. Let's focus on health, on fun, on nothing at all. Let's talk goals. Let's try something new. Let's keep it going. Let's have some fun. Improve, connect, or escape. Wherever your golf journey is headed, let's get you there. Find your PGA of America coach at pga.com/coach.
Welcome back to our Grainger broadcast booth in Oklahoma City. Along with three-time World Series champ Leah Amico, I'm Chris Blank. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call or click Grainger.com or just stop by. 2-1, UCLA has taken the lead. And, Leah Ramirez took a pitch at her shoulders and rocked it out of here. That's impressive.
Yeah, she did. She was able to elevate her hands, and when you can do that on that pitch that's up in the zone, that is the result. That ball going a long way. It was a no-doubter off the bat, and so great piece of hitting. There's still a lot of game left right now. We're going into the fifth inning, but I tell you what, it's just like those moments you feel like, okay, is that going to be what wins this game? We'll see what happens if UCLA is able to go out there and shut down the bats, or if Oregon can get something going.
By my count, that's the first home run hit by Alexis Ramirez since May 3rd, when she hit 2 in a game against Northwestern. Little delayed here to start the fifth is I was wrong. Kelly Inouye Perez had not had a chance yet to do her mid-inning interview, but she's ready to go here. 2 runs on 3 hits for the Bruins, a run on 2 hits for Oregon. Stephanie Maake will lead things off for Oregon, the first baseman who's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Right-handed hitting first baseman waits and takes a strike. Interestingly enough, when these two teams played back in April, Caitlin Terry only pitched a couple of innings. She only pitched in 1 game as the 0-1 pitch misses a little bit up. Now it looks like she's the arm they'll ride the most probably during the postseason. It helps when she was as solid as she was during the South Carolina Super Regional. No surprise she got the start here tonight. The 1-1 is fouled back. Fisher had a complete game shutout win versus Oregon on April 19th, 2025, when the Bruins won 8-0 in 6 innings. That's the true freshman, Addison Fisher. 1-2 is soft grounder foul. The performance for Caitlin Terry against Oregon was just 2 innings. She gave up 2 hits, 3 runs, struck out 3 and walked 1. And that was it. That was her only appearance of the weekend. 1 ball and 2 strikes here. 2-1 UCLA. Bouncer to the right side. Savannah Pola. Easy play for her. Throws to first. 1 quick out. Stephanie Maake is retired.
Well, sometimes it helps you to get to postseason when they haven't seen you in the circle, right? These teams are no strangers to each other, but the fact that it didn't go so well for Terry, that could have been a blessing in disguise. Now you get into postseason, and she's really doing well in the circle for them, and now she's able to come at them with a completely different approach.
Kaylin Jones digs in, tries to bunt, misses the first pitch for strike 1. Has the only run of the game for Oregon when she started a little chaos in the 3rd inning. Leadoff single on a play that maybe UCLA should have challenged. Ball. She takes the 0-1 pitch inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, infield in very close. Woolery at third base and Grant at first base. Pulled way up in the line. Savannah Pulla favored towards first base as well at second.
How tight Woolery is at third. That's chopped that way. What a play in the hole by Bragg. The long throw is not in time. She's safe. Good job by Savannah Pulla to get over there and cover the bag. I mean, that was unbelievable hustle from the second baseman. But again, she was pretty much positioned there.
Well, it was so smart to be able to, after the play was finished and Jones was safe, that's the next move.
First pitch is up high to Flanner. I was wondering why over at first base coach for Oregon, Mr. Palomino Cardozo, was waving her to try to go to second. Here's a fly ball to shallow right field. This could be trouble, but racing in and making the catch is Osteen. There's 2 away. She came out of nowhere. 2 away. 2-1 UCLA. We're in the top of the 5th inning. Do you love golf? Turn your passion into a profession. Get started on your PGA career at pga.com/workingolf. They were waving her to second, maybe just because they didn't know if anyone was going to cover second. Bragg was so deep in the hole after the play she had made, literally almost behind third base. But it's a runner first now, 2 outs for Kai Lushar. Runner goes, the throw is on time, on line, and they got her! What a night for Ramirez behind the plate. She hits the 2-run go-ahead home run, and then Alexis Ramirez throws out Kaylin Jones trying to steal to end things here in the top of the 5th inning. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning, 2-1 to UCLA for the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. This is the Women's College World Series.
Thumbtack presents Project Paralysis. I was cornered. Sweat gathered above my furrowed brow, and my mind was racing. I wondered who would be left standing when the droplets fell, me or the clogged sink. Drain cleaner and pipe snake clenched in my weary fist, I stepped toward the sink and then... Wait, why am I stressing? I have Thumbtack. I can easily search for a top-rated plumber, read reviews, and compare prices, all on the app. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
The day. It's what the Legion's all about. From blood drives to distributing food, from responding to emergencies and protecting the most vulnerable among us. Our mission is making America's communities stronger.
We are one family, and therefore we care.
We are the American Legion, veterans strengthening America. To learn how you can help, visit legion.org.
Before I was adopted, I felt like my life was already over.
My biggest fear was that I would age out and not know how to be sufficient on my own.
At a certain age, like they don't want you, you're troubled and stuff.
The clock is ticking for the more than 125,000 kids waiting to be adopted from foster care. Help the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption prevent them from aging out without a permanent family. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
You can listen to every single game of Westwood One's exclusive coverage of both the Men's and Women's College World Series. Just download the Varsity Network app now and search NCAA Championships. 2-1, UCLA leads Oregon with Leah Amico. I'm Chris Plank. Leah, you got your 9-hole hitter, or your leadoff hitter at the plate, and you decide to steal on the first pitch.
Well,
That's what Oregon's done this year.
Yeah, it's something they've been using all year. Everybody knows the speed. It's not a surprise. We had a very quick runner in Jones on the bases, but I think I'm a little surprised maybe that it was the first pitch, especially after the quick pop fly out that gave them 2 outs.
Here's Sophia Mahica. The DP, a strikeout victim in the second. 2-1, UCLA leads it, each team with 3 hits. And the difference in this game is the Alexis Ramirez 2-run homer in the 4th. And the continued long look at the pitch watch continues for Lindsey Grime. First pitch swinging, sky deep to center field, but not deep enough. Couple steps in for Kedri Lushar. short of the warning track, makes the catch, and there's one away. Or the oohs and the ahs from the crowd off the bat. Just a little under it was Mojica, and here's Caitlin Terry in the ninth. What a day for pitching, right?
Yeah, it really is. I tell you what.
Unreal.
It's been pitchers' duels happening, and just one swing, right? One swing that makes a difference.
A shutout in game 1 by Tegan Cavan. Nyjah Kennedy shot at Ole Miss. Swing and a miss from Caitlin Terry. She was laid on some high heat. 71st pitch of the game for Lindsey Grind. No balls and a strike. In tied over at third is Flannery. Mojica step in front of the bag at first as that misses high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Terry's 0 for 1, lined out to center field. Leadoff hitter Jessica Clements waits on deck. Here comes the 1-1 pitch from Lindsey Grind, the righty. Foul straight back, good cut. Leah Amico has been the true warrior today. You thought about that? That's 4 games today for Leah. You had an hour rain delay mixed in there. Though we did solve all the world's problems.
That's right.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Low and away.
I just love this time of season, and this, nobody.
It's the best.
Like they say, the ball game doesn't know who's supposed to win, right? On paper, people have all their thoughts, right? People choosing who they think is going to be there at the end of the day, but I just love those moments. You never know until it actually is played on the field.
2-2, just getting a piece of it. Almost looked like Terry was trying to slap at it.
Yeah.
Running through the box a bit.
You don't see that as often with Caitlin Terry. She moved through the box like a slap hitter right there and then just took a swing at it and fouled it into the ground.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch. Slap back up the middle. Cut off at second by Jones. Throw. Got it. Kind of handcuffed Maake over at first, but she made the play.
Yeah, when it came across, she actually looked over to first base umpire Chris Neighbors just to make sure that call was out.
One wild stat about UCLA, sometimes the fun starts late for them. They've scored 244 runs in the 4th inning or later this year, which is the most in college softball. At least D1. Muntz foul by Clements. Jessica Clements is 0 for 2 on the day. Lined out to left, popped out to short. She bats here with 2 outs and nobody on in the bottom of the 5th inning with UCLA up 2-1.
So what that tells us, them scoring later, is that they're really, really good at adjustments later in the game. More times they get to come to the plate.
Here's the 0-1. Low and away.
And it also means as pitchers and opponents, right, setting up hitters, you got to find different ways to get hitters out because of the adjustments that they make.
Part of their success came late in the Super Regionals against South Carolina. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's ripped foul down the left side. In the last 2 games of the Supers versus the Gamecocks, UCLA outscored South Carolina 7-0 in the 7th inning. By the way, I cannot stop laughing at these shots of the UCLA dugout because Kelly Inouye Perez is literally just sitting on the bench like she's a player that doesn't get to play, just kind of taking it all in. Lisa Fernandez coaches third. The 1-2 pitch misses outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And again, trust me, I know Coach is doing more than just enjoying it over on the bench, but it's kind of hilarious just the shots of her that they have. She looks like she wants to be somewhere else. The 2-2 misses low and away, ball 3.
Well, Coach Inouye Perez was asked, when it was getting down late into that inning, and it looked like South Carolina was going to win it in 2. Did she have any doubt? And she said, honestly, no, not for 1 second. And the players, you actually ask them, and she's like, no, we talk about this all the time. We expect these moments, and we expect to come in through clutch. 3-2
is fouled off. She, and by the way, Coach Inouye Perez is awesome. I mean, she was great when we sat and talked to us, and always is. But it's almost as if she kind of was taken aback and bristled at. No, we never think like we're gonna lose the game. Here's the 3-2 pitch. That's hit hard to left center field. It's down. Cut off before it can get to the gap by Lushar. That's not going to stop Clements from taking second. The ball got away on the throw in. Clemens danced around like she might try to take third, but she'll stay at second and she'll pose with a 2-out double standing on second base, her first hit of the night.
Well, so much speed in the leadoff spot. She gets an elevated pitch about chest high. She takes it to left center, and although Kedri Lushar in center field goes to her right to field this ball, tons of speed, not a doubt. Clemens gets to second, and like you mentioned, I think she thought about going 3. I think there had been a little more of bobbling. She might end up on third base. Tons of speed.
Melissa Lombardi is out of the Oregon dugout. Doesn't look like we're going to have a pitching change. You haven't seen the exit of the players from the dugout to welcome back in Lindsey Grimes. It looks like this will just be a reset. Along with Hall of Famer Leah Miko, I'm Chris Blank. We're here in Oklahoma City. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on Westwood One, presented by Marriott. Take your game day rituals on the road with Marriott Bonvoy. Over 30 hotel brands for every kind of fan. Explore more at MarriottBonvoy.com/NCAA. Meeting's over. What do you think the message was?
Yeah, I think this is the hitter to get. There is first base open, but Savannah Pulla, very good hitter, hit the ball that ended up being just caught and brought back into the field by center fielder Lushar in the third inning.
Pulla digs in from the left side of the plate, takes strike one.
I don't know if you noticed, Chris, but the balls that have been hit the hardest and have been going out are the pitch that have been chest high or higher.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting, as soon as you elevate, if it's not higher to where their bat can't get up, they're able to connect with that up ball.
The 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. And McCox pops out from behind home plate. Little juice in her step. 2-1 game. UCLA trying to add some insurance here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Pulla had the infield single and had that home run taken away that Leah was just talking about. The 0-2 pitch. Got it. Swinging. They tag her out. Inning over. Boy, Lisa Fernandez comes down protesting something. It doesn't matter. What a bounce back from Lindsey Grimes after the 2-out double. She sits down Savannah Pulla, and we head to the 6th. Oregon down to their final 6 outs, trail it 2-1. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
Ready to order.
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
So we asked, why call them stands if you're going to sit in them? Yes, you in the back.
Professor, it's NCAA championship season. We'll be in the stands, but are we ready?
You prepared to bring it? Wear your colors loud? Yell, shuffle, shake? Oh, you're ready. The NCAA championships. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Buy your seats today at ncaa.com/tickets.
With Marriott Bonvoy, take your game day rituals on the road. No matter how you show your team spirit, find a stay for your style when you explore our entire world of hotel brands and experiences. Marriott Bonvoy has a brand for every kind of fan. Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA.
Stay up to date on college sports with Westwood One's This Week in the NCAA. Student-athlete profiles to rule changes and results from all 90 championships to all the latest news. This Week in the NCAA covers it all. Listen for it on many of these same stations. Listen anytime on the Westwood One Sports app or online at westwoodonesports.com. Oregon is 4-6 when trailing after 5 innings this season. Now, that might sound bad, but it's actually the second best record in Division I, behind only Oklahoma, who's 5-5 in those same set of situations. It's 2-1 here. UCLA leads Oregon. We're in the top of the 6th inning. And I think more than anything, Leah Amica, they've got to make Caitlin Terry work a little bit. The last 2 innings, she's thrown 19 pitches combined, 8 in the 4th and only 11 in the 5th.
Yeah, I think it just shows how Caitlin Terry is attacking these hitters. She goes right at them, so she's forcing them to swing early in the count and letting defense play behind her.
First pitch to Kai Luchar is a little bit low, ball 1. Luchar was at the plate when Caitlin Jones was caught stealing. She's 0 for 2 tonight, but is hitting .500 in the NCAA tournament. Takes a strike. It's such a tribute when you see how they have to defend. You have to do everything differently for Kai Luchar. Your first baseman is in, your third baseman is in, midway down the line, if not closer. The 1-1 pitch is slap foul. You have your second baseman for UCLA, Savannah Pola, who shifted almost over to first base, so she can even get to the bag before Luchar gets there. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And they caught her looking again. Unbelievable night of frustration for Kai Luchar at the plate, and there's 1 away. Second strikeout of the evening. That just doesn't happen.
Well, and a leadoff hitter, the pitch catches the outside part of the plate. I think she's not seeing it well because it's lefty versus lefty. I think she's not reading that pitch as it curves away, and she thinks it's outside.
There's Kedri Luchar. She jumped on the first pitch to drive in the only Oregon run. Takes a strike here. That came back in the 3rd inning. Well, you start thinking about this lineup. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Probably the last chance for the Luchars to do something here. 1-0. Foul straight back. Good cut. She's had some solid appearances so far. And I will say it was pretty cool to hear Big Sister make sure that we bragged on Little Sister every chance during our meetings yesterday. We're talking about how great of a jump she gets to Kai. She's, well, Kedri's better at it. The 1-1.
Well, they talked about being able to play together and how special that has been. Talk about, you travel, you're doing these things to be able to be next to your sister, not only in the 1-2 spot in the lineup, but then in the outfield playing together. So just love what an opportunity. Really, you don't see that a lot. Both of them playing at such an elevated level.
There's a hard hit ball foul. Both out of, they're sisters, so they're out of the same place. But Carson City, Nevada. It's late. Carson City, Nevada, by way of Carson High School. The 2-2 pitch reaches and bounces it back to the circle. Terry up with it, throws to the bag, and there's 2 away. Well, not really what you envisioned if you're Sid Romero, the offensive coordinator of the Ducks, if you will, and Missy Lombardi, to have your 1 and 2 hitters go down that quickly, but see if Riley McCoy can get something going. 2 away. 2-1 UCLA late into the night in Oklahoma City. First pitch strike. To her credit, Caitlin Terry is working incredibly quickly and efficiently.
Yeah, she just really has such good command of her pitches and is locating them. She really doesn't miss.
The 0-1 up high.
I feel like they have really good pitch calling happening from the dugout, but more than that, it's still about executing and making sure that it's not only velocity, changing speeds, but also just locating the ball with spin.
Swing and a miss, strike 2.
And that pitch, a low inside pitch that comes inside, a really good spot out of a powerful right-handed hitter in Riley McCoy. That ball drops under her bat as she swings.
She was hit in the face by a line drive. 1-2. Just missed. Just missed on that outside edge.
Yeah, and even in a 1-2 count like that, as the hitter you're trying to protect, that ball just missed.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Popped up. Left side, is there room? Doesn't look like it. Woolery gives chase, but that lands right in the hands of a UCLA fan. 2-1, the Bruins lead it. We're in the top of the 6th inning. 2 outs. A 2-run home run by Alexis Ramirez, the difference in the game. First runs UCLA had scored all season long off Lindsey Grind. 2-2 pitch is fouled off.
Yeah, we got to interview Caitlin Terry yesterday, and talking to her, she doesn't have a lot of words.
No.
But you can tell just from talking to her that, like, she is a competitor, and any chance you get to face her, like, you know she's coming right at you.
2-2. Missed outside. 3-2. There is a group of UCLA fans that are energized. Every pitch that isn't called a strike, they complain about. It's impressive. They're fired up. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got her on the rise. Caitlin Terry is fired up as she sets down the Ducks in order in the 6th. UCLA is 3 outs away from a showdown with Nyjah Kennedy again. And as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning, it's UCLA 2, Oregon 1. You're listening to the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. This is the Women's College World Series.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. We leave no warrior behind. Wounded Warrior Project is a non-profit organization created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war. Whether those scars are physical or mental, we're here to make sure that they heal. And whether it's helping those with post-traumatic stress disorder live a normal life again, or giving much-needed support to injured warriors in veterans' hospitals. Because no one deserves our help more than the men and women who risk their lives to keep us safe. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind. Ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Because of you, I found the resources I needed.
Because of you, I found the right doctor.
Because of you, I'm not alone.
These are words we cherish at the Sarcoma Alliance. Each year, thousands of Americans of all ages are diagnosed with sarcoma, the rare 1% of all cancers. The Sarcoma Alliance is there during their difficult journey, providing education, guidance, and connection. Learn more at sarcomaalliance.org, sponsored by the Sarcoma Alliance.
Tonight's broadcast of the NCAA Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any reproduction, retransmission, or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the NCAA and Westwood One is strictly prohibited. 2-1, UCLA leads it as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Bruins look to add some insurance. And what we could not get enough of during that break was watching the replay of Riley McCoy's swing on the 3-2 pitch that Leah was not just kind of out of the strike zone. It rose well out of the strike zone.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. And I think when you have hitters chasing a ball that far out of the zone, I really think that you have commanded. You have them guessing, and right now they're just start to get over aggressive. They start pressing, and you are really in the driver's seat.
So here's an opportunity for some insurance for UCLA. We say another meeting against Nyjah Kennedy. Remember, she was at Stanford last year. They saw her quite a bit. She had quite a bit of success against him, so that could be fun tomorrow night, but don't count out the Ducks. Here's Jordan Woolery, first pitch strike. Oregon trying to get an opportunity to get back in the dugout and keep this at 1. Woolery's 1 for 2 on the night. And misses a little bit out. 1 ball, 1 strike. Three NCAA tournament home runs, for the UCLA third baseman, who swings and fouls that one straight back. Well, it's the diehards left here now tonight, Leah, Mika.
Yeah.
It's the diehards and the security guards. But still a pretty good crowd for a Thursday night as we roll past midnight 30 on the East Coast, 11:34 local time. UCLA up 2-1 in the bottom of the sixth inning. This game pushed back due to a weather delay. There's a line drive over the leaping Sinicki at short into left field. It's a 2-hit day for Jordan Woolery. They announced the attendance at 12,288 earlier tonight. A little bit south of that right now, I would say, just a bit. Still a great crowd for college softball. And there's some insurance for UCLA standing at first base. On the single by Woolery, Megan Grant digs in looking for her first hit of the night. Walked in the first, flied out to third in the fourth. Lefty stands in. First pitch, good one, strike one. 91 pitches tonight for Lindsey Grind. Missy Lombardi has stuck with her ace the whole way. No balls and a strike. A little bit low and away. They are playing Flannery well off the line, the third baseman for Oregon. Lee, it almost looks like she's playing shortstop.
Yeah, she's so far off the line, and then you have Paige Sinicki almost up the middle.
1-1 pitch, headed home. Missed low and away, 2-1. I wouldn't pitch to her. I wouldn't pitch to Megan Grant. I probably would walk Jordan Woolery every time she comes up. I'd make someone else in this lineup beat me. And tonight they have Alexis Ramirez, the 2-run home run. There's a foul ball back towards us.
Yeah, if this score stands and Oregon's not able to get something going in the seventh inning, you got to look to think about what the catcher, Alexis Ramirez, did. You know, a lot of talk about Woolery and Grant, but it's the hitters coming behind them, Slimp and Ramirez, that get that opportunity. Ramirez coming up with the big 2-run home run.
2-2 pitch, headed home. On the way, ball 3. "79 runs batted in this season for Megan Grant. Unbelievable. I'd like to add a couple more here. The 3-2 pitch is ball 4. Is there any thought, if you're Missy Lombardi, about, well, there's a little action in the pen. I was going to say going to the pen to try to get these final 3 outs. Or do you maybe think about saving anything for tomorrow night? UCLA is going to use a pinch runner here.
Well, I think the fact that you're in the bottom of the sixth inning, I think you just go at these hitters. You just right now have the best 2 hitters in the lineup that are on base, and I think you go back to your game plan to try to get the next 3 outs.
Riley Pinetto will pinch run here. A reminder to join us again later this month for complete play-by-play action of the 2025 Men's College World Series. We'll have every pitch, every hit, every run, and every out live from Omaha beginning Friday, June 13th on many of these same Westwood One stations. You can also hear all of the College World Series broadcasts on Alexa-enabled devices via the Varsity Network app, the NCAA Men's College World Series app, the Westwood One Sports app, or online on our website, westwoodonesports.com. Look at us! Look at us! Going to have a pitching change here, just as we talked about it.
It shows how much I know. I said you would stick with her.
No. I heard it differently from you.
Okay, thanks.
That's a big hug. As it looks like they're going to turn to Sokolowski to come in and try to shut things down. What a performance tonight from Lindsey Grind. She'll be responsible for the 2 runners currently on base. 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned on home run. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, and 2 of those 5 hits extra base hits. We talked to Missy Lombardi And heard from her about the depth of her pitching staff. Here's what she said.
I love that when they take the ball from each other, that they hug each other. And when they do that, it's saying, I got you. I will finish this for you. They work on their craft, but they also work on each other's as well. They're very aware of what the other is doing, and they're a team within a team.
Love that phrasing. A team within a team. And just as Elise Sokolowski, the junior out of Rogers, Arkansas, came in the game, she got a hug. She got a hug. So it looks as if we've got a new pitcher in Sokolowski who will be taking over for Oregon here. (17-4) on the season, 2.48 ERA. And she is kind of their 3, would you say, as far as their numbers are concerned?
Well, she has 17 wins on the season, and I think this junior for them has been somebody that, especially lately, has been what they've looked to. I think Missy Lombardi was excited about how she had been throwing, especially lately.
Here we go. Sokolowski with runners at first and second. The righty is ready. Here's the first pitch. It's a bunt that's popped up, and it stays fair. The throw to first is going to be in time to get the runner, but the sacrifice works to perfection. I mean, there was a moment where it looked like Emma Cox might be able to make a play, and that ball barely stayed fair. How did that stay fair, Leah?
I think it was really good execution. You're right. At first, it looked like it wasn't going to, and then it did. And to me, at the end of the day, it comes down to being able to execute that bunt, and you did exactly what you needed to get runners at second and third.
Sokolowski digs back in. She stares and brings it home. It's in for a strike. We had a Sokolowski that pitched for Oklahoma State last year, and you're in the Big 12 world and it gets stuck in your head, and it's spelled the exact same way. Alexis Ramirez is the hero so far. Can she do more here? She falls behind 0-2. Sokolowski, the big, powerful righty. 17-4 on the season with a 2.00 ERA. There's one that almost got away from Cox. Did a good job of knocking it down. This is her 6th appearance in the NCAA tournament in 15 innings. She's allowed just 3 earned runs. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Big fist pump from Sokolowski in the circle, and there's 2 away.
That's a big second out to be able to get the strikeout with runners on second and third.
Oh.
And Sokolowski is a pitcher that is going to be more down in the zone, and she's not going to throw as hard as Grind was throwing. And so you love to see just a different look coming in and be able to get a big strikeout.
Here's the shortstop, Kanaya Bragg, trying to add some insurance for UCLA. First pitch is up high, ball 1. They've got runners at second and third with 2 outs. Up 2-1. But Bragg is 0 for 2 on the night. He's driven in 3 runs, though, in the NCAA tournament. They're going to throw behind the runner at second. They've got her in a rundown. Now you got to watch home. They're going to throw home. Nearly got away from Cox, the catcher. They'll chase Woolery back to third. Tag her out. Inning over. I don't know if that was designed or not to try to get in a rundown between third and home, but they definitely caught the runner at second sleeping a bit, and Woolery gets thrown out between third and home. Unbelievable, solid play by Emma Cox, and nearly, Leah, they nearly threw the ball away on the throw home.
Yeah, the ball actually, Jones ended up dumping it a little bit to Emma Cox at home, and she ends up coming up with it and able to finish the play.
Last chance for the Ducks. We head to the 7th inning. It's 2-1 UCLA. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Do you love the game of golf? Do you live it, breathe it, stay up all night thinking about it? As a PGA of America golf professional, you can turn your love of golf into a career. Whether you're passionate about helping others improve their game, putting innovations to work that drive the sport forward, or promoting a more equitable and inclusive golf community, earning a PGA of America membership can get you there. Join the more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals who love and lead the game of golf. Visit PGA.com/workingolf to turn your passion into a profession.
A reminder to join us again Friday for a Women's College World Series doubleheader. Florida takes on Tennessee in an elimination game at 7 o'clock Eastern. And Ole Miss battles the loser of this one, Ryan Radke and Leah Miko. We'll have all the action right here on most of these same Westwood One stations. You can also hear the broadcast via the Varsity Network app, the NCAA Women's College World Series app, Alexa-enabled devices, or on the Westwood One Sports app. You just going to sleep here? What's your plan? Pretty much been here nonstop, Leah. This is amazing.
Feels like home.
2-1, UCLA leads it in the top of the 7th inning. As Oregon down to their final 3 outs against Caitlin Terry, who has been absolutely sensational. Paige Sinicki will lead things off for the Ducks. First pitch to the right-handed hitting shortstop is on ball 1.
Well, and she really has been so phenomenal. The only hit that's even gone to the outfield, only given up 3 hits, but 2 of them were infield hits. There's a hit to right field by Kedri Lushar, so just shows what she's doing in the circle.
There's a strike. Again, UCLA really focused on any small ball here from Sinicki, who's 0 for 2 tonight, but is hitting .364 in the tournament. Woolery in tied at third, as is Grant at first, and there's a base hit down the third baseline, into the left field corner, rounding first, headed towards second. The throw is not in time. Head first slide into second base. It's a leadoff double, and the tying run is at second in Paige Sinicki.
Well, Paige Sinicki has a ton of speed, and she just turns on this pitch and is able to get it down the left field line. And what's crazy is that Woolery was on the line. I mean, she was literally like standing with her right foot almost on the line, but that ball was just peppered past Woolery.
We're going to challenge this. UCLA is challenging if it's a fair ball.
When I think it's smart because of where Woolery was standing to just say, did it really stay in past the bag?
It never touched Woolery's glove. Ooh. Leah, that is as tight as it gets.
It's really as close as it gets.
And Woolery thought it was foul. And then she kind of reluctantly turned and started going to cover the bag. The umpire down the third baseline was getting out of the way of the ball. It's the home plate umpire's call, and he called it fair right away. Ooh. That's as close as it comes down the third baseline.
It bounces foul right after the bag, but does it cross the bag in fair territory?
I wonder if it's one of those where it's too close to change on review. Boy, it looks...
I don't know.
There's one angle they just gave us where it looks foul.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the fact of where she's playing.
After review, the ruling gets upheld. It's a fair ball.
Yeah.
So they're saying it crossed over because, like you said, the angles we're watching, it bounces just foul, but it's where it crosses the bag.
The Cardiac Ducks, they've done this all year long. Can they do it again? Des Patman slated to hit here. Sam Martyr comes down to talk with her right fielder, who is 0 for 2 on the game. Woolery was pulled in. So she could have, as you brought up, Leah, missed it and it go foul. I mean, she was in that tight. That went right over the bag and landed in foul territory. With the infield in this tight, you still bunting, Leah?
I think it depends on the ability.
Well, that didn't look like the best bunt attempt as it's fouled off, strike one.
I think in this situation, honestly, we know, I think it's the choice you want to make, but then you go to the hitter, right? And obviously they called for a bunt there, and execution didn't happen, but you ultimately know, how successful your bunters are and different athletes in the lineup and what they're able to do.
Patton's been their hero. She's been their clutch player. Can she do it again? It's another bunt. This one's a beauty. Grant's going to glove, throw to first. The sacrifice works to perfection. The tying run is 60 feet away. And you've got Emma Cox and Stephanie Maake due up.
Well, just a ton of speed on the bases. So right now, pass ball, any bobbled. Infield is in right now because they know probably on ground ball, she's taking off and trying to score.
First pitch, strike. And if you're Caitlin Terry, you're just want to pound the zone here.
Yeah, and not change anything because it's been really hard for these Oregon hitters to lift the ball. They're not getting out of the infield.
Here's the 0-1. Blowing away. Good job by Ramirez. The left-handed throwing. Left-handed throwing catcher, right-handed hitter. Hero tonight with a 2-run home run. Will it stay that way? Tying run at third. We're in the 7th. The 1-1 fouled back. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Oh, a strikeout here is massive.
Yeah, and one of the things I like about Caitlin Terry is she does have a nice rise ball, but she elevates it so high. And so these hitters, all they can do is either miss or foul tip like we just saw right there on that swing by Emma Cox.
The 1-2. Checked her swing. Did she go? No. They checked with the first base umpire, and Chris Neighbors said no.
Wow. I think that might have been a little bit of a gift.
I think it was,
Watching the replay, really, that was a beautiful pitch.
2 balls and 2 strikes to pitch. Swinging a foul. Just got a piece of it as it bounced around.
I think if you're Oregon, you're Emma Cox especially, you've got to take advantage of this situation right now. That just gave you new life.
2-2 count. That is great speed at third, and Paige Sinicki. The pitch from Terry. Popped up behind home plate, not a play.
Man, I think that was a foul ball on a rise, but I think you climb the ladder even higher. I'm interested to see what they'll throw. Either that or just go way away and see if you can get her to chase it there. But 2-2 count right now, and as a hitter, you're trying to protect, but I just feel like with the way Caitlin Terry's been throwing, she might be able to get her to chase.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, the pitch. Bounce to third. They'll come home with it. The throw is on time. The tag is there. She's out at the plate. Sam Martyr will argue obstruction. Missy Lombardi comes out of the Oregon dugout. Jordan Woolery made the defensive play, and now we'll wait. With the most controversial call in our sport, on the biggest stage, in the biggest moment, is it obstruction? Oh.
Ruling on the field is out at home plate. Oregon is challenging that ruling. This play is under further review.
What do you think, Leah Amico?
Well, I think with the ruling, she had that ball steps before the runner even comes in, Paige Sinicki, but I think positioning might change this situation, and they might give it to her.
Oregon is 37-0 this year when they allow less than 3 runs. They're 46-2 when allowing less than 5. And welcome to what has been the hottest topic in softball this year and last year and maybe the year before that. The NFL had the joke about what's a catch for the longest time. This is our version in college softball.
It really is. It's just so tough. It feels like defensively you just can't even make these plays. They defended it, but now you wonder, was Ramirez in the right position on the field? It's such a bang-bang play. Plenty of time. It's just a matter of positioning now.
And again, you're not allowed to block the plate before you have the ball. And that's kind of where I think this might be a potential for a reversal of the call on the field. And this probably will not be a very short review. I'm sure they're going to take their time to talk about it quite a bit. Again, the review center is here. I mean, this is the game. If the call stands on the field, Oregon's got a runner at first now with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. If they reverse it, we're tied at 2 in the top of the 7th inning. They're going to let the the umpire said, hey, you can throw if you want. And Caitlin Terry says, no, I'm good. Can't even imagine can you imagine the drama in that Oregon dugout right now? I mean, we saw Lisa Fernandez get tossed here 6-7 years ago over an obstruction call.
Yep.
Wonder if we could see a similar result here. I told you we're going to be here in a minute. The obstruction rule is just constantly debated.
Yeah, and it's just tough, in my opinion, when you have the ball 3 steps before the runner even gets to you. I just think you should be able to make that play. And the whole idea of that rule was so that there would be less collisions, it'd be more safe, but I just feel like defensively it takes the play away so many times.
You'll hear a visceral reaction because basically it's only the Oregon diehards and UCLA diehards that are left here tonight. Smattering of fans. You know, I mean, honestly, I'm impressed with how many people have stayed around here tonight. They're still looking at this.
Review, the call on the field has been changed.
Oh, my goodness!
We have obstruction. Runner is safe. That is Oregon's first challenge.
We are tied at 2. It's pandemonium in the Oregon section. Hugs, high fives. Obstruction is called, and we're tied at 2 in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, I'd be going crazy too because, I mean, there was plenty of time to make that out, but the fact of positioning of Ramirez at the plate, not giving that front edge of the plate and giving a running lane for the athlete coming in, Sinicki with tons of speed, you know, as soon as that ball was hit, she was taken off. And that's why you got to take those chances. And I mean, they got people with tears in the stands, I think, for Oregon.
I mean, you went from thinking it was over. Abby Steffen is jumping up out in front of the Oregon dugout, trying to get the crowd up and fired up. That's just the 4th hit of the night for the Oregon Ducks. Well, I mean, I guess it's a fielder's choice. They only have 4 hits tonight. And we're tied up at 2. I mean, extra innings, of course, as if Leah Miko hasn't been here long enough today. That's in play here now.
Well, UCLA being the home team, they'll still get there at
bats. That is true.
You know, and I feel like, you know, that's just a situation if they can get out of this inning with no more runs coming across.
Here's Stephanie Maaki. First pitch, boy, she had a cut, fouled it straight back.
Yeah, that was a cut. A ball was up high, probably at her eyes. That's why you can't miss. Caitlin Terry doing so well.
Maaki is 0 for 2 on the night now. Now what do we have? Uh-oh. Now they're going to bring all the umpires together. What's going on here? the umpire chief had someone get in his earpiece, and now he's going to bring everyone together. Okay, what's going on here? Now they're going to bring the home plate umpire out. Did they give the wrong ruling? There's no way that they could have done that, right?
Yeah, we just.
We already threw 2 pitches, right? Or at least 1. Thank you, Larry.
Yeah, I don't know what is going on. I haven't seen anything like this.
Lights are still on.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
All the lights are still on, so that's a good sign.
I'm thinking, are they seeing lightning in the distance?
Well, I don't know if it's a real thing, but we have always talked about heat lightning. We've seen that, but it isn't even hot enough for that. All right, well, whatever their get-together was, it's over now.
Well, and all this time, Caitlin Terry has been waiting, right? They had that challenge and took a long time to come back. She throws 1 pitch and just waiting so long.
Well, the home plate umpire is talking to Missy Lombardi, and the second base umpire, Leah Chad-Steers, is still talking to the replay center. He's holding up action right now, but the meetings have broken up. Well, let's get a quick pause, 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network, your home for the national championships. Well, after all of that, we're back to action. No balls and a strike to Stephanie Mahake. With a runner at first, it's a 2-2 game, and she fouls off the 0-1 on a hit and run. That's Emma Cox was going. What a moment. An obstruction call has changed this game.
Outside.
And misses outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Looks like Oregon has snuck a pinch runner in on us. As there's a looper on the infield. Nice play by Pola to make the catch. And there's 2 away. Reagan Legg, during all that chaos, is in running for Cox at first base. And here's Kaylin Jones, who is 2 for 2 on the day. She has a chance to be the Oregon hero. Two to 2 game. We're in the top of the 7th inning. First pitch, a little bit out, ball 1. How about Kaylin Jones in the NCAA tournament? She's hitting .542. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Wasn't even close. Ball and a strike. We are past midnight local time. Welcome to Friday. There's a line drive fouled on the left field line and out of play. They snuck in, did Sam Martyr, Reagan Legg during the chaos and commotion after the obstruction call. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bounce to third. Up with it. Hillary throws. Got it. A weird half inning comes to an end, and we still have no idea what the umpires were talking about, Leah. But obstruction rules the day, and the decision to overturn the call on the field has given the Ducks life. Can UCLA end it in regulation, or will we go to extras? We added the bottom of the 7th, tied at 2. You're listening to the Women's College World Series from the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network. This is the Women's College World Series.
Thumbtack presents Uncertainty Strikes. I was surrounded. The aisle and the options were closing in. There were paint rollers, satin and matte finish, angle brushes, and natural bristles. There were too many choices. What if I never got my living room painted? What if I couldn't figure out what type of paint to use? What if I just used Thumbtack? I can hire a top-rated pro that knows everything about interior paint, easily compare prices, and read reviews. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
He's stress-free and enjoy every day with him. I wish there was a word bigger than thank you, more close to the heart, because thank you's not enough. They've given me hope. They've given me my son.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Sweetie, want some fruit? You have to use the right tool for the job. A power drill is the wrong tool to slice fruit. Just like an antibiotic is the wrong tool to treat viruses, including colds and flu. Antibiotics are only needed for certain bacterial infections. When they aren't needed, antibiotics won't help you, and the side effects could still hurt you. Ask your healthcare professional when an antibiotic is the right tool and when it's not. Visit cdc.gov/antibiotic-use.
Drama in Oklahoma City. Along with Leah Amico, I'm Chris Plank. Larry Costigan, our producer. Tim Parker, our director. 2-2 game, bottom of the 7th inning. A drama-filled top of the 7th with an obstruction call that led to the tie game. And then, Leah, we're still trying to figure out, some felt like maybe it was a welfare issue because this game has pushed past midnight. And there was a lot of controversy a couple of years ago when, well, we were here. We don't have to remind everyone when we played till 3 a.m. But
yeah, a lot of complaints, just about the well-being of the student athletes and what is the right thing to do.
Well, here's Kanaya Bragg to lead things off, the shortstop. 0 for 2 on the day in a 2-2 game. Takes strike one. Elise Sokolsky back to work. She came out of the pen and provided a spark to help Oregon get out of the bottom of the 6th inning. Can she continue the juice? A team of their own. That's what Missy Lombardi calls the staff. There's a hot shot to short. Zanicki's up with it, throws one away.
Well, and this is where you wonder, bringing in a drop ball pitcher in the last inning, this is going to be the first time these hitters see her. And so that change of pace, the fact that it is a different look, she's down in the zone, not going to be throwing as hard. I mean, that ball was well hit by Bragg to shortstop's Zanicki, but, you see, will this make a difference, and can she just feed her defense?
So we got clarification from the NCAA. There wasn't a conversation about wellness or the late start or the late nature of this game. Sophia Mojica misses outside ball one. So everyone's still kind of trying to figure out what the umpires needed to converse about last half inning, because our word from the NCAA is there's no rule concerning playing past midnight or anything of that nature. So that's one box you can uncheck as Mojica fouls this one off for a strike one, a ball and a strike. That's
good to get clarification. I think it just confuses a lot of people when you see the game being delayed longer and longer, right? It just, you're trying to wonder, what is happening to where, and I'm surprised the coaches aren't asking them, hey, give us the
what's
information,
going on?
Right?
Yeah. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2-2 game, bottom of the 7th inning. The pitch. Back up the middle, throw into center field. The winning run is aboard. Mojica's first hit of the game.
Oh, she hit that ball hard back up the middle. Sokolsky not even able to get her glove anywhere near that ball as it went right past her feet.
How about this stat? UCLA is 101 when leading after 6 innings, going back to the NCAA tournament in 2000. They were up after 6 tonight. 101. 100 wins, 1 loss. UCLA will bring in a pinch runner here. We'll turn to Taylor Stevens. A little more speed.
The Bruins talk so much about that Bruin magic when they were able to get that walk-off, stay alive, and then win Game 3 against South Carolina, something that they pride themselves on, just saying that we really believe if we have one pitch left, we believe we can find a way to win.
Here's Caitlin Terry. Terry on the night is 0 for 2, but has hit it hard a couple times. First pitch blown away, ball 1.
She's such a gamer. She's 0 for 2 right now, but I tell you what, like, to me, like, if she's the one that comes through in this moment, I won't be surprised. Like, she is that type of player.
Not at all. Would not be surprised at all, Leah. You're 100% right. Here's the 1-0. Pops it up. A mile high. Who's got it? Flannery calls for it, makes the catch. 2 away. To the top of the lineup, and Jessica Clements. Clements is 1 for 3 tonight. Runner at first, 2 away. 2-2 game. Bottom of the 7th inning. Sokolsky toes the rubber, stares in, brings it home. First pitch swinging, fouled off.
Sokolsky does have a good changeup, but they really haven't shown it. I'm a little bit surprised these hitters are timing that ball up nicely. It is their first time seeing her. She's got to make sure she doesn't leave it too much over the plate.
No balls and a strike. 7 on the action clock. Are they going to give her time? They are. She had never even toed the rubber. That was weird. She stands behind it to Sokolsky. She gets the call. Now she leads with her right foot. Weird. The pitch is hit hard and deep to center field at the wall. It is gone! A walk-off home run wins it for the UCLA Bruins. And Jessica Clements is the hero. It's a party at home plate, and the Bruins are moving on in the winner's bracket. To the deepest part of the field. Jessica Clements said adios, and we're moving on. We'll see you Saturday night against Nyjah Kennedy and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. UCLA wins it in dramatic fashion by a final score of 4-2. The second walk-off of the day, and both of them to center field.
Yeah, timely hitting, clutch home runs is the difference right now in this ball game. Bottom of the 7th, the Ducks were able to tie it up with an obstruction call at home plate, and UCLA comes up and says, no, we're finishing this. We're not going to extra innings. Leadoff hitter Jessica Clements, nice double her last at-bat, comes up and was fouling pitches off, and then she just gets all of that straight away center field, brings across pinch runner Taylor Stevens, who is in to run, and you got to think Sophia Mujica, who kept that inning alive with the ground ball up the middle, they end up putting an exclamation point, finishing that game in walk-off fashion. You love to see it if you are a Bruins fan, and if you're Coach Inouye Perez, you say, hey, we're used to this. This is Bruin magic.
Wow. They also didn't want you to have to stay here all night, too. Yes. I think they were looking out for one of their fellow old Pac-12 legends there as well. As Jessica Clements is the hero. She'll make the rounds. We'll get a chance to talk to her coming up here in just a bit. But, I mean, what a game. The drama of the 7th inning made up for what was just a weird night overall. You had a power outage, or at the very least, the lights went out. Then you had an obstruction call that was, at first, not called obstruction. Then it was overturned to tie the game in the top of the 7th inning. And then Jessica Clements, who had hit 5 home runs on the season, hits her 6th to walk it off for UCLA and sets up a massive showdown Saturday night between the Bruins and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. This game had a little bit of everything. And not all of it was on the field here tonight.
Well,
I still want to know the umpires we're talking about in the 7th.
Yeah, but that power from the leadoff hitter, Jessica Clements, it's about clutch hitting. And all the talk about Woolery and Grant, I love that it was somebody else in that moment when they needed it most. And that's what you need to win a national championship, to stay alive, to stay in the winner's bracket. You need different people coming through when it counts and when it matters. And that was so huge to come up with a timely clutch hitting when they needed it most. Jessica Clements, the center fielder, coming up big.
Well, they did it in dramatic walk-off fashion to force an if-necessary game against South Carolina. And they do it here in the first game for the Bruins in the Women's College World Series as Jessica Clements hits one over the center field wall, and the Bruins win it and move on to a showdown with Texas Tech in the winner's bracket. And for the Oregon Ducks, heartbreak. After the hard-fought, bounce-back, grueling fight they had against Caitlin Terry tonight, they've got to turn around tomorrow now and fight for their postseason lives against the Ole Miss Rebs, who are coming off a heartbreak of their own after getting beat 1-0 at the hands of Nyjah and the Texas Tech Red Raiders. I mean, for as long as this day ended up being, and as late as our night ended up going, you couldn't ask for a more dramatic way to end it, Leah.
Yeah, I agree. I just think we've seen some great matchups and stellar pitching in the circle, and then it's the timely hitting, a couple walk-offs like you mentioned, and that's what this sport is just so fun about. I love those moments, and to me, Jessica Clements, a senior in the lineup, this is it. This is your career. Career's on the line. It's ending here in Oklahoma City, and nothing better to have a moment you'll take with you the rest of your life.
They keep adding party hats to Jess. She just wrapped up her TV responsibilities. They gave her she had a pair of sunglasses. She had a Bruin Magic sign that she was sporting as well. And now she'll make her way to Drake Stenberg, and we'll get a chance to talk to tonight's hero, who walked it off in impressive fashion for UCLA. And we are joined right now by the hero, Jessica Clements. Jessica, congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, take us through what you saw on that last pitch.
Oh, man. I don't know. I think I kind of blacked out, to be honest. I went in and knowing that I had my teammates back. I mean, first getting our runner on, and I was just looking for a pitch that I could do damage with, if I'm being honest. And I had a good hack that first one. I was just looking for something over the plate, just looking to move the runner, keep that rally going, and I got my one shot and did it.
Was there talk after that run by Oregon on that play that was kind of controversial but ended up being an instruction call? You guys feeling like you got the out? Was there any talk of that, of okay, let's get that back now?
Yeah, I mean, we're always trying to crack ways, trying to score as many runs as possible. We had no doubt in ourselves, We always talk about all the way down to the last out. We always were looking to score runs, and we had lefties back, and again, that started with just getting a base runner on.
So your team's waiting on you. The grounds crew is waiting to cover the field, but we want to ask you a couple more real quick.
Sorry, everyone.
This team, they've had a fight all year long. Can you just take us through the mentality, the mindset of never giving up, and how this team is never out of it?
Yeah, our word is indomitable, the relentless pursuit of never giving up. And honestly, the whole year we've had some ups and downs. We've had some moments where maybe we're not our best, but it all comes down to this moment. At the end of the year, this is what we're looking forward to most. This is when it matters the most. Again, just coming down to knowing that we have each other's back. We love each other so much. This team's a family. It's unlike a bond I've ever been a part of. It is so awesome to be a Bruin. These girls are amazing. They're my heart and soul, and yeah, they're just amazing.
Congrats. Go celebrate with your team.
Thank you so much.
Jessica Clements, the hero tonight, as UCLA has walked off Oregon 4-2, and they advance in the winner's bracket. It's time for Leah Miko to select the player of the game. Sponsored by Wendy's. The Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is the best deal in fast food for a lot of reasons, some of which include a JVC, 4-piece nugs, junior fries, and a small soft drink for the best deal of all time. Got to be Wendy's. U.S. price participation may vary. All right, Leah. Who are you going with here? Who's the player of the game?
This is really, really hard because I want to give it to two people, but I'm going to give it to Jessica Clements because in that situation, without that swing, we don't know if they win that ball game. So to me, Jessica Clements is the player of the game.
Good call. Great job. Go get some rest. You've only been here for like 20 hours.
I'm pumped up. I'm fired up.
Now we're
after
fired
that.
up. We won't be able to sleep. We'll wrap up things when we return. You're listening to the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.
The NCAA Men's Final Four. Every whoop, high five, shout, and holler gets your team one step closer to the promised land. Any questions?
Professor, are we ready?
You prepare to open a can of fandom and cheer like you've never done it before? Oh, you're ready. We're cutting down some nets now. The NCAA Men's Final Four, April 4th and 6th, 2026 in Indianapolis. Apply for seats today at ncaa.com/men's final four.
With Marriott Bonvoy, take your game day rituals on the road. No matter how you show your team spirit, find a stay for your style when you explore our entire world of hotel brands and experiences. Marriott Bonvoy has a brand for every kind of fan. Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
No balls and a strike. Pitch is hit hard and deep to center field at the wall. It is gone! A walk-off home run wins it for the UCLA Bruins. And Jessica Clements is the hero. It's a party at home plate, and the Bruins are moving on in the winner's bracket to the deepest part of the field. Jessica Clements said adios, and we're moving on. UCLA wins it in dramatic fashion by a final score of 4-2. One of two hits on the night for Clements, and she drove in 2 runs on that walk-off home run. UCLA wins it 4-2. Multi-hit game for Jordan Woolery as well. She went 2 for 3. And, you know, heartbreak for Oregon, but Lindsey Grine was solid. What about Caitlin Terry, though, here this evening?
To me, she was absolutely in command, in control, just locating her pitches, mixing speeds. I really like what I saw from the circle from Caitlin Terry.
And what a day. You know, the day we had 2 incredible pitchers' duels and 2 dramatic walk-offs. I mean, you can't ask for a better mix from what Tegan Cavan did, shutting out Florida 3-zip, to Ella Parker's 3-run walk-off home run in the bottom of the 7th inning. Nyjah Kennedy, 10 strikeout, shutting out Ole Miss, and then with Clements doing what she did here tonight in the walk-off home run.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're just seeing how close the competition it is, and just what level these athletes are playing at. And one swing of the bat can be the game changer. Defense, you cannot make any mistakes. Pitchers, you can't miss. I mean, really, I think we're going to continue to see just a great series play out.
Great job today, Leah. Love working with you. Let's have some fun and seeing who's going to fight for their life tomorrow. It'll be early with Florida and Tennessee, and then Ole Miss and Oregon. The final score here tonight, UCLA 4, Oregon 2. Tonight's broadcast of the Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network is presented by Marriott. Take your game day rituals on the road with Marriott Bonvoy. Over 30 hotel brands for every kind of fan. Explore more at marriottbonvoy.com/NCAA. We'd like to thank our crew for this evening. Our studio coordinator, Curtis Poindexter. Production assistance provided by Drake Stenberg. Engineer Tim Parker. Our producers Larry Costigan and Andy Garcia. Coordinating producers Aaron Cummins and Brian Finkelstein. And the Vice President and Executive Producer Mike Eby. The Senior Vice President of Sports for Cumulus Media and Westwood One is Bruce Gilbert. Stay with us for more exciting action from Oklahoma City. Our next broadcast will be Friday night, Florida versus Tennessee, right here at 7 o'clock Eastern on many of these same Westwood One stations. Also, you can hear the game on Alexa-enabled devices via the NCAA Women's College World Series app, the free Varsity Network app, the Westwood One Sports app, or online at our website, westwoodonesports.com. Once again, the final score, UCLA defeats Oregon 4-2 in dramatic fashion. Now, for Leah Amico, I'm Chris Blank. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to exclusive coverage of the 2025 Women's College World Series on the Westwood One NCAA Radio Network.